Hello everyone, I am Tacet, and today we have got ourselves a lot of grinding because not only do we have a Vault event, but we have a rather special Vault event, even though I don't think it mentions it anywhere in game. However, they increased the rate of gnomes being found, so we should be able to find a lot of them. They didn't double the chance for vault keys. Vault keys are still the normal increased rate. However, the already increased rate of finding gnomes has been doubled, and I haven't had the chance to actually grind any yet, but this should mean a lot of resources, so we're going to be grinding like crazy this weekend, to say the least. Let's see, where's the announcement on it? Let me go find the little official announcement thingy, just so we can go read through that real quick. But yeah, they did a lot of increase to it, apparently. Hearing a lot of people get like just showered with them. Let's see, over to here. Right over here, special Vault Weekend. To celebrate the release of version 5.0 update, we will be running a special Vault event over the weekend. During this Vault event, adventurers will have double the chance to encounter a wild gnome. The double chance is double the regular chance of Vault Weekend gnomes. It does not affect the chance of getting Vault keys. So Vault keys are already increased at its normal rate, and the normal gnomes have their normal increase, but also the additional increase. So basically, you'll find a lot more gnomes, but the vault key chance will be the same. However, that theoretically also means double the vault keys in a way, indirectly, because if you're finding twice as many gnomes, well, that's technically meaning twice as many vault keys. They just didn't specifically affect the chance to get a vault key. They just affected the chance of getting a gnomes. So, yeah, it should be quite a bit higher than normal. And, yeah, we should be getting a gnome like every, I think that's 7 battles, I want to say. I believe it's every 7 or 8 battles. With that being said, we are definitely doing the quick kill method. We'll probably do it in, I think Zhejian. We'll go and get our armor up. Let's go Zhejian. I don't think we need to do anything else with that. Let's see. What team should we go with? We'll probably run the, hey, we're finally doing not difficulty 12. Let's go down to difficulty 3. Let's go bring out the almighty Rowan team. I have it set up with Warden currently. Do we need it like that? I think I have it for Dispel and Greenstorm, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I have it mostly for Dispel, I believe. But that's fine. We also get 5 armors to greens, which is even more damage for it, if that wasn't already enough. Yeah, I guess that works. I get some free gold out of it. Not like that really matters, but hey, a little bit of gold is better than not a little bit of gold. Yeah, it's mostly for the Leaf Storm, and secondarily for the little bit of Dispel in case we need it. Though this kingdom doesn't have anything that we would need it for. But yeah, we should be seeing a lot more gnomes. Should be fun. Should be able to get a lot of loot. As we say that, we get no gnome initially. Though, of course, it's not going to be literally every battle. But we will go the quick kill method for sure. It should help speed things along. Don't forget your key counter. Yeah, oh, look, we already got a gnome. Yeah, let's go bring up a key counter. Let's see how many we get for a buffed up weekend. Where's my key counter? We're not going to keep track of the thingy though. But here's how many we got last time. We got 11 last time. Let me go bring this down to 0. Let's keep track of vault keys. I will not be keeping track of total gnomes though. But we will keep track of vault keys. Volky, go. Ah, 20 rubies. Every drop you have is useless. Other than Volky. Hello, James. Actually, I didn't say hello to everyone yet. Let me go do that. 1 second. Why is my thing not scrolling? There it goes. Hello, everyone. Hello, Elite Gaming. Hello, Zealstra. Hello, Sippleman. Hello, Foro. Hello, Higari. You have found 9 Volky so far. Nice. Hello, Jefferson. The 50% gnomes are all treasure gnomes, is in the fine print. That is all gnomes, though. Unless you mean it doesn't affect pet gnome. But that wouldn't really matter if it didn't affect pet gnome. I should do a gnome counter just to see if it's a 2 times. Well, I don't really have a lot of recent data on what it was without the 2 times, so I don't really have like a baseline for it. There's a special name for that. Gosh, what is that for? When you test something, when you have like a standard thingy for it. Wow, why can I not remember? It has a special term, but we don't have that. Something that's consistent across all of them. So getting the double rate wouldn't really help us since we don't know the other normal standard value. But it should be about double the amount of gnomes we should be finding. Yeah, we don't have a control group. That's the name for it. Control group. We don't have a control group, so we wouldn't have the data for the other side. So keeping track of a higher amount wouldn't necessarily matter. Though we do have a control group for the Volkies and know how many Volkies we normally get. So for that, it would work. So hello, T3. Hello, George. Hello, Ricardo. Hello, Andre. Hello, Starlight. Hello, James. And hello, everyone else. Let's see, we'll throw that down. Yeah, before you could easily get 5 per minute. I mean, 5 per minute, I wish. 1 every 5 minutes, which came out to about 12 per hour, though it could go a little bit higher. So we should be getting about double that. We should be getting about 30-ish, like 24 to, or at least like 20 to 30. Like somewhere's in that ball range. Somewhere's around there. Somewhere's around there. Since when is 50% doable? I'm not sure what you mean by that. You mean for Rowan? Rowan has always been 50%able. Or not always, but you know, since Mirage Queen. Which helps speed things along quite a lot. But no, they doubled the rate for the gnomes. I don't think it said 50%, did it? I'm pretty sure it said specifically double. Yeah, double the chance. As that is the case, we should be seeing a gnome every 3 minutes or so, approximately. Like 2 to 3 minute range. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. See what our rates are. So far, no Volkies, but we only just started. Oh, so I should probably use controller. I'm just concerned with the lag that happens if you keep using controller over and over again. But I believe it still net saves time even with lag. Mostly because these in-between menus go through a lot quicker. I don't know, let's go hook one up real quick. We're going to be doing it for long enough that's probably going to be worth it. The only problem with that is whenever we have to leave to go get tribute, though. Is the only problem. Which is always concerning. Because it's going to lag spike for like minutes. And minutes could be a gnome. Yes. Phoenicia on 5 could work. She'd give you a little bit more resources, like trophies and such. However, it would be slightly slower in that she less consistent gets full mana. She normally does get full mana, but there's a higher chance that she won't compared to Rowan. Rowan also has 2 ways to get to full mana off of 4 or 5 times, whereas Phoenicia can only do it 2 ways off of 5 times, which gives Rowan more options to full mana on turn 1 without even needing to cast Leprechaun, which saves time. But if you're looking for max amount of gnomes, Explore 2 or 3 with Rowan is the quickest in the game. However, they are similarly quick, like Phoenicia to 5, but it is slower. But the trade-off is if you're getting like double the amount of trophies and a little bit more gold and tokens. But we're mostly looking for the gnome, so we'll do it in the lower one. But what we're doing right now is, to my knowledge, the quickest possible team you can ever do for Explore 3. Or, you know, for just cycling through battles in general. Also, whatever our weapon is doesn't matter. You never use it. It could be literally anything. It doesn't matter. I get lag spikes if I use controller. That's a weird interaction. I don't know, maybe we'll go use controller. We'll see if they might have fixed it some in 5.0. Because I've never actually tried controller since 5.0. So give me a second, let me go hook it up. Let's see if controller's any better. I highly doubt they made any modifications whatsoever. But, where's my Bluetooth? 1 second, let me go get the Switch controller. Let me go unpair it. Remove. Yes. Add Bluetooth controller. 1 second. Ugh. Yay! It actually connected without any issues this time. What a shocker. Oh, it should be good now. Look at that speed. Look at that speed. I think this is the best part, when you can just mash. Oh, wait, never mind. I hate that you can't mash through that menu. Whenever you choose the difficulty, you can't mash. Everything else you can. It's not like the old Explorer. But that part you can mash through, which is nice. Why use Hero then? Mostly because we get some free gold. But yes, you can use Fiddler for just the green as well. But Hero gives a few additional benefits. So I guess theoretically you are slowing it down by like half a second by having to wait for his traits, don't you? Compared to Fiddler. But you still have to wait for some amount of traits off of Fiddler though. But yeah, we could technically try minimalizing the total amount of traits on our team and literally not even go Greenstorm and see if that would actually be quicker by just making as few traits as possible so it doesn't waste time at the beginning. It wastes like under a second, but it adds up since we're running through battles in a cycle of like barely anything. Like we cycle through a battle in like 15 seconds. So saving almost a second is a lot of time per cycle. But yeah, we can actually try that though. See if it's a bit quicker with Fiddler. Oh, problem with that though. Oh, we could put the thing in first slot. How many effects do you have compared to that? Oh, you still have too many though. Because the Goblin Life. Is there anything else that has Song of Nature? I think he's the only one. Ah! He's the only one. Well, we could try to see if it's much quicker. There we go, we'll do it like that. Because I believe his trait time is slightly lower. Oh, we're blocking blue now though. Psst, never mind, we can't do it. There's no way to do it. Otherwise you block mana. Nothing can go on your team that won't block it. Never mind, you can't do it, you have to go hero. I forgot, that uses blue. That's a problem. Let's see. I'll just put a weapon back there. Doesn't matter. I was gonna use that one soul one, but that blocks blue as well. I don't know, let me just go back to that yellow weapon, I guess. I'm not sure why I always use this one, other than that's just a nice AoE one. But really doesn't matter too much which one we go. Or how about Doom Dex? What does that convert? Purples, right? Yeah, doesn't really matter. There we go. But yeah, I forgot, you can't do that. Because you'll block mana regardless of which way you change it. What does Sleeny Guard do again? I don't think that does anything relevant, does it? I'm not sure we can get anything that would be relevant to it. What we're looking for is things that have, like, no traits. That we could use underneath the slot there. But ideally also has Greenstorm. But there's only two. Hero and what's his name? Greenstorm isn't technically required, though. But it does help with the consistency of extra turning after the fact. Which is important. Oh yeah, the troop for 400 extra gold. That would definitely add up. However, what we're doing right now is not necessarily gold farming. But, I guess we could do that. It actually wouldn't hurt. Let's see how fine it is with, yeah, I guess we can do that. Sleeny Guard. Oh, no wonder why I have no clue what Sleeny Guard is. It's a new useless troop that came out this week. I was gonna say, why did I not know what Sleeny Guard is? Because it literally just came in this week and is dead content already. But yeah, I guess we'll go Sleeny Guard. Why not? He doesn't block anything. We don't get Greenstorm, but very rarely will Greenstorm actually make a difference. Oh, we're Selene Guard. Are you really going to make me have to type in the whole thing? There we go. Yeah, I guess we'll just go with that. We don't need his ability or anything. He only has one trait that slows us down at the beginning as well. We do sacrifice Greenstorm for it, but because this kingdom has a partial Greenstorm chance, it's kind of fine, because whenever they have a Fiddler, we get Greenstorm anyways. Yeah, we might as well. Get ourselves some free golds. That adds up. We're at like 1,000 per battle now rather than a normal like 500-ish. Hello Paul, hello MG, hello Medieval, hello Crow, welcome, 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 welcome. And hello Corey. And we're still getting some extra turns there. Even without the storm. It does decrease our chance though, unless they have a Fiddler. But very rarely will it come into play. Very rarely. I'm liking this higher gnome rate. Feels like every time I look, we have a gnome there. Bulky, go. Hey! 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 Well then, I need to say that every single time. Nice. Okay, first Volkey down. Where's our counter? Volkey counter! 1. Okay, let's continue. See what we get. Mech Gnome, go. I'll call all the things. Mech Gnome on first try, go. Make it happen. Then just give us major blues and purples the entire time. Or 250 gems. Ah, we only got 60,000 gold. Rip. Well, at least we got 4 gem keys. Honestly, this is almost better than the gold. There we go. No, we're not going to give out a code every single key. Because there's a good possibility we'll get like upwards of 10 keys this stream. We'll hand out first code at 3 vault keys. How about that? Since they're doing a higher rate this weekend. At the 3rd vault key, we will hand out a code. And that's the first one right there. What do we get? 1 single token of guard. How awful. Though, of course, we are doing Explore 3. We're not really in it for the tokens, we're in it for the gnomes. The text glitch is so weird. Come on, where's our gnomes at? Supposed to have a higher rate. Want to see one every battle. One of the benefits of Rowan. 4 times 5 times green are both full mana. No, don't give me a pet. I don't want no pet. Pretty sure we already have that max, and even if we didn't, I almost feel like avoiding them. If it is a pet we don't have max, I'll go for it, but that is one I'm almost guaranteed I have max. Should probably just double check just in case. I'm pretty certain we already got it maxed. Golden Cog? We don't need it. She's gonna one-shot everything. There's not a single battle she won't one-shot with how much damage output we have. She'll never not one-shot. Good, Fiddler. Give us that free Greenstorm. For that extra turn chance increase, even though we still don't get it. What a fail. Alright, as soon as we finish this cycle, I'll check the thing. Alright, what did I want to go check? There's something I wanted to go check real quick. Oh yeah, I want to see if we need the pet. Aha! Alright, let me go check it right now. Oh, so that lag thing doesn't seem to be happening. That's good. Okay, we already got it. Ignore it. Goodbye, pet. We'll see you in another hour when hopefully our guild gets a different one. That's actually useful. Yep, already got all the copies of it. Pets you should pretty much always avoid. Well, not always avoid, but if you already have it max, you should really avoid it during gnome events, or vault events, because you don't have gnome chance during them. So you waste a lot of time with no gnomes. And with the increased rate that you have this weekend, you're going to miss like 2 gnomes in that time. Quite a bit of gnomes. Hefty little chunk. We're going to get a lot of glory this weekend too. If you need glory, farm. Farm like crazy this weekend. You will get like all the glory you will need for like months this weekend. If you grind a lot with this increased rate. Oh, why did I take that? That was pointless. Luckily we cascade though for free turn, so I guess that saves some time. Though us taking that probably had no effect on us actually getting that extra turn though. I really wish you could mash through that menu. You've gotten 30,000 glory so far today. Nice, yeah. You can get a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if some people get like hundreds of thousands this weekend in glory. It's definitely possible. Actually, is it possible to get 1 million glory in one weekend right now? I think that's a stretch. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to do that, but you could definitely get hundreds of thousands. Like, you could theoretically hit like 200,000 this weekend in glory additional. Take a lot of grinding though. Because you'd be getting a rate of like 3,000 to 5,000 per hour with this increased rate. Somewhere's around there. Somewhere's around there. All you need is 1 major orb of ascension to get your Zook off. Nice. Well, today's a good, or this is a good weekend to try grinding for it. That's for sure. Hopefully you'll be able to get it. Oh no, that was a partial lag. Don't start lagging. Oh, this is supposed to be full mana. What are you doing? Hey, you got a minor one. Oh, Volky number 2! Look at them just rolling. Not even half an hour in. And we're just showered with Volkies. Look at that. Boom. 2 Volky. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Also, one weird thing, the 400 gold doesn't actually apply here. Only applies to PvP and Explore. So we don't actually get it here. Oh, Orb and 3 event keys, though I don't really care for the event keys. Though, is this a blue or purple? Yes, it is! Blue Orb of Ascension. Nice. And as I mentioned, we'll hand out code on 3rd Vault Key, which is our next Vault Key. Are we going to stream all day? Pretty much, yes. We're going to be streaming for a while. I'll probably stream till about 7, I want to say, assuming I'm up to it at that point. It does get rather tedious. But I think we'll stream to about 6, 7 or so. Grab dinner, and then we'll be back for our normal nightly stream. And we'll go from there. You feel like all Vault events should look like this? I wish they did. They've done a couple buffed Vault events. They're rather rare, though. Like, I think it was, like, what, 9 months since we got the last one? Or something? Like, it's something they only do, like, once or twice a year. A buffed Vault event. For special occasions. And it is one for 5.0. Actually, I feel like they do it most often when there's a lot of community backlash. So we just need really high amount of community backlash from things that they do. And then maybe they'll do a buffed Volt event. Because they do seem to be more common around those times. Oh, we already got a third Volt key. Gosh. What is this drop rate? Not even half an hour in. Well, let's go hand out a code. We might have 2 codes. Let's see. We'll definitely have 2 codes today. Probably 3 total. Because we'll have one on the nightly stream. Let me go open this Volt key and then we'll go and hand out code. Oh, why did I do that? I could just taken blue and 1 already. Whoops. Not that big a deal, though. What do we get? Anything good? No! Wrong one! Well, at least we got a gem key and 5 gems. Just give me Mech Gnome already. Why is it so hard? Okay, let me go hand out code. Here's my code section. Copy, copy. Put that right to here. Put that there, put that there, put that there. Refresh. Copy the whole thing. Copy, copy, paste, paste. And there goes go. There's the redeem code used on gemsaward.com with the game code section. Your invite code can be found in your settings menu. Redeem codes right over there in chat. And give the same word as always: 2 treasure maps, 1 gem key, 200 souls, and 2,500 gold. And it works on only PC mobile version of the game. Try for 50 Volt keys by the end of stream? No. However, we'll hand out next code at 10 Volt keys. Because I feel like that will be a thing. At this rate, that'll be in like an hour. Gosh. But yeah, we'll hand out next code at 10 Volt keys. And then we'll have another one tonight. I assume we will reach 10 Volt keys with this higher rate. Yeah, great weekend to be grinding, that is for sure. Get that 5.0 grind in before we get our the money wall that's being added on Monday. I need to make sure I take a screenshot of all the tasks. Not sure what the best way to organize it will be. What money wall? The pass that's coming in, where a bunch of content will be hidden behind money. Or at least to get it immediately, it'll be hidden behind money. With the battle pass system that's being added with the campaigns on Monday. And on the very first week, something will be hidden behind the money. Some kind of weapon. Or if you didn't buy at least a $10 pass, you wouldn't get it till at least weeks later, if not months later. I'm pretty sure it's a pretty useless weapon. I have no clue what it does, though. Oh, I could take a purple to full mana there. Whoops. Not too big a deal, though. Ah, 20 ultra rares. I don't need any ingots, but there we go. Actually, that's about as useless as a jewel gnome to me these days. Actually, a jewel gnome might even be more useful, because at least that can somewhat be okay. Kind of usable, kind of, not really. But those ingots have absolutely no purpose to me. They're like trait stones in the current state of the game. They are quite literally nothing. Unless we eventually get a sync for them. Which would be cool. A lot of people have so many of them that they have to be really cautious with what they do with a sync. Since there's so many in the game already. They did pretty good for Soul Sync, though, with how they did the upgrading for, what's it called? Because now Souls are pretty much situated forever now. With how they rebalanced and did it with the, what's it called? The elite levels. Getting something like that for trait stones and stuff would be pretty cool. I'm actually kind of surprised that elite levels didn't require trait stones to any capacity. The page says from the Gems of War team. Oh, they give it to other people's as well. Pretty much anyone who streams the game who asks for them. Oh no, the lag. That was pure lag right there. That wasn't me not clicking. The lag, it's beginning. Yeah, controller has a lot of really weird glitches in this game. And one of them is the increased amount of lag compared to normal play. That happens slowly over time. So I need to make this thing tighter. Keeps moving on me. Oh, that's too tight. Problems. Now it's still too tight. There we go, that should be a little better, kind of. Okay, maybe I do need it as loose as it was. Never mind. There we go. Otherwise my hand can't comfortably reach the button. Even though all we're doing is spamming a single button. What is that lag? I think the funniest thing about the lag is that weird text thing that it does. Problem is if lag starts getting too high, it's not actually saving time anymore using controller. I don't mind it too much. The biggest issue with it is more so the lag. You can actually use the thing that it moves to the middle to your advantage, because you can default get your mouse to the exact same location every time. Just by simply mashing A, or clicking A a single time. Because you always know it'll be right in the middle. Come on, Volky, it's your only good drop. Give it to us. 4 for Volky, go. Nope, 20 rubies. Only 20 rubies. That's one of the benefits of Rowan. She actually can full mana off of 4 times. That's probably the biggest benefit with using this compared to Phoenicia. Phoenicia can't ever get full mana off of 4 times, whereas Rowan can. Ooh, that's bad. That's really bad. We're 1 mana short. That wasted like 5 seconds. Which is almost an entire battle length. How quick these things go. What are you doing to be 1 mana short constantly? There we go. Luckily cascaded. There's some use of souls. But if nothing else, we get some soul grinding done. If you don't own Fair Shra, farming gnomes right now would actually be quicker than soul farming. That's how high the soul rate would be with this increased amount. Like, the best soul farming methods without a Fair Shra is slower than farming gnomes right now. That is how good the rate of gnomes is right now. So if you need souls as well, if you need souls, you need glories, you need gems, you need anything, just grind it out. The rate is insanely good right now. Also diamonds too. I think we've already gotten like almost 10 diamonds. They drop like 2 or 5 at a time, but they add up. And you do have a chance of getting 50 off a vault key. 500 glory, nice. Ooh, a bit short. And your turn. There we go. We got an Iron Guts. Luckily, he's not threatening at all. Oh, never mind. He's not even in that battle. I guess he is. There he is. Only 18 attack. I don't think he's even going to get full mana. There we go. And dead. What do we get? Give us our chest drop. Got a Yasmin. Yeah, Sacrificial Priest method is about 50,000 per hour. With a fair Shra. It should be quite a bit slower than Rowan, though. Should be almost double the time. Because you have to take at least 2 manas to get full mana. Well, actually, never mind. You can use it with Leprechaun, can't you? If you get lucky enough with Leprechaun, yeah, I guess that kind of could work out. It would be slower, though. But yeah, it wouldn't be that much slower. It really depends if your Leprechaun doesn't give you full mana or not. What's the Sacrificial Priest team? It's, oh gosh, what's the full component of it right now? It's, Phylactery, Sacrificial Priest. You have to use a half Minister hero class, though. But it's Phylactery, Sacrificial Priest, Leprechaun, and Fair Shra is the team. And it does about 50,000 souls an hour. It is slower than Rowan team, though. But not by much. I'd rather get the higher amount of Volkies, though. It just farms souls separately at a different time. Because I think highest priority is winning as quickly as possible. Do you sacrifice the priest? You sacrifice whatever he has highest boost ratio on, which I believe is hero? I'm pretty sure you sacrifice hero with sacrificial priest. I forget what his boost ratio is based off of. But whatever has the highest is what you target. It's either himself or hero, I forget which. Well, your hero can have a different amount of attack, so I guess it also depends what hero you use. Because if you're using something like Titan, he has quite a bit of higher base attack compared to some other hero classes. Hello, Vespeni, welcome. I can go show the team real quick. Maybe we'll mess around with it for a small amount of time. I don't think I would use it as our main team, though, but it's this team. Where to go? Oh, I don't have one set up. I'm trying to find a place where I could put it. How about over Bard class? We're gonna name this to Souls. Yeah, I forget if I ever actually covered a video on it. I've showed it many times on stream, but I don't sure if I've ever mentioned a video. But Sacrificial, Leprechaun, Fair Shra, and Phylactery. And let's see. Archmagus, I believe, works best with it. Does that actually count as an artifact? I'm not even sure. Or a relic, I should say. It does. It does actually count as a relic. Nice. It works even better with Archmagus then. Because you wouldn't need as high of a magic value then. Okay, I think that's good. I don't think we need to change anything else. 1 extra yellow magic? Does that even help him? No, because he does not boost based on magic. Yeah, it should be fine. And you do have half mana start on you, right? Don't make that mistake earlier where I took it off. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay, and then we change our banner accordingly, which I believe is double yellow purple. With minus green, I guess that's fine since we only need Leprechaun once anyways. Let's see, is there a different one? Yeah, we can minus brown. This doesn't really matter which way we go. I don't think I've ever bothered using Fell Roost banner, so you know what, let's use Fell Roost, why not? Okay, anything else? Grab our code from earlier, we'll have another one soonish. But, let's just mess with this team for a little bit, might as well. Where to go? Souls! It is slightly slower though. But not by much. If you do this, ideally you get full mana, you throw this, dead. Wait, what? Oh, I'm gonna explore 3. Make sure to do explore 1. It is important that you do explore 1. This has to be done on explore 1. This is a weird team that specifically has to be explore 1 due to how low its damage is. Like, very low. Also, I need to set to attack. I need to go set seasons. 2 mistakes. We weren't ready yet. You gotta be on explore 1, and you have to use seasons. Or Arachnius. Mistakes were made. Right, let me clear this out with Rowan real quick. Then we'll go set it to explore 1. I'd honestly rather have the higher amount of gold than the higher amount of souls, though. We're not going to need more souls anytime soon. I might as well show it. It's been a while since I showed it on stream. It would work pretty well for this event. But yeah, Phylactery, Sacrificial Priest, Leprechaun, Fair Shra. If you don't own Fair Shra, use anything with Necromancy there. Or even another mana generator. Like a second Leprechaun. If you cast this, then you do that, and then dead. And you just rinse and repeat. And you do that for every battle. And you just hope that you hit full mana off of Leprechaun. And if not, try taking a purple. And also, hero does have higher attack. Well, I guess it depends on your hero stats. But my hero currently has 1 higher attack than Sacrificial Priest. But then again, based on his boost ratio, I don't think that makes a difference, does it? Yes, it does. He has 1-to-1. So yes, that actually does make a 1 damage difference. Not like that matters too much, but it could be the difference between killing and not killing. You never know. Also, they even show how many souls we're getting per battle, but it's a decent handful. When is next Mythic going to come out? The first Friday of every month, like it always is. Oh, why did I cast Phylactery first? Make sure to have Sacrificial full mana before you do Phylactery. Otherwise, you're blocking. Let's see how many souls are we getting per battle right now off of this. 336. So it definitely adds up. Every battle we're getting 336 souls. Compared to like the normal 11 or whatever it is. I personally rather have the gold, but if you wanted to do some soul farming while getting this done, you definitely can. With something like this. Oh, it actually didn't kill. Surprising. Yeah, you gotta be careful with it. It can sometimes not have damage to kill. That's one of the reasons why I said overall it's gonna be slower than Rowan. A lot of weird things that can mess up with it. Mostly the mana accumulation, I would say. But anyways, let's go back to doing Explore 3. But that's basically the premise of it. If you wanted to gain some souls. It is slower than Rowan, so I honestly would just stick with Rowan personally. But it is an option if you need the souls. You would get absurd soul rate right now. Given that you have the soul gnomes plus the already 50,000 souls per hour or so. Because that team can easily get in 3 battles per minute. And at 3 battles per minute, that's like 1,000 souls. And that's technically 60,000 souls then. Assuming it stays at that rate the entire time. And that's on top of gnomes. That's not even counting the gnomes. In the calculation of souls per hour. But I could do like 50, 60,000 an hour. And then gnomes on top of it. Yeah, with the gnomes and everything, you can easily break 60,000 per hour with it. I've been doing pretty good. Join the gnome event buff, that's for sure. Much higher rate than normal. Already got 3 vault keys and we're not even an hour in. Actually, all those were within the first half hour, actually. Going a little dry right now. We're mostly messing around with a couple different teams. Yeah, Bard has 20% bonus this week. So sacrificing it for the higher damage could work out pretty well. The biggest issue with running Sacrificial Priest team generally is not having enough damage. It's not something you can run until later in the game, because you need a really high damage to actually make it work. You need a really high attack stat. Otherwise it's slower. Like if you don't have enough to one-shot, it's slower than Dragon Soul method. But it's actually slightly quicker than Dragon Soul method if you do have enough damage to one-shot. The only problem is by the time you have enough damage to one-shot with that team, you're almost at the point where you might not even need a soul farm anymore. Because it's not something you reach until late game. How do I feel about Terrans ending the website and the bot? It's pretty unfortunate. But at least we still have Gems of War database. We're just going to need to start using that website a ton again. Yeah, I believe Zol Carry is one of the easier ones for Sacrificial Priests. I believe it's one of the lower durability ones. You'd also obviously want to go to a place that doesn't have any 10 or 20% during the event week. Because even 10% can make Sacrificial Priest not kill. Rowan normally doesn't have that big of an issue with that because of how high her damage output is, but Sacrificial Priest team is really sensitive to their total durability. Does Glacial Peaks actually have low durability? I never thought of that as one. I know Urskea does because it's really high attack ones. Cinder Mirage I guess does too for a similar reason. I didn't realize Droxzoom was one though. Droxzoom and Glacial Peaks does not seem like places that would have low durability. Particularly Glacial Peaks. I don't recall anything having a high attack value there. Yeah, red trait stones have kind of been notorious throughout the history of this game of being used more than like any other trait stone. There was at one point in the game where it was used about 25% more than any other stone, which maybe even closer to 33% or so. And it made it so everyone was like out of reds compared to every other color. I think it's a little bit more balanced now, but I think even to this day, red is still used more than any other color. Not by as big of a gap as it was before though. Gosh, look at that lag. Oh, that's not lag now. The previous one was, though. Baby cast. There we go. Hey, Volky number 4! And as I mentioned, we'll have another code at 10. And yes, we will be hitting 10 Volkies this stream. The increased rate will definitely make it so. Okay, let's go see what Volky number 4 has in it. Hopefully something juicy. Come on, Mech Gnome. Major purple, major blue, 250 gem. Okay, we got a minor. We got minor blue last time. Ah, orange. Oh well. Rip. Okay, let's go back to the grind here. We'll get something good from it eventually. Well, we got a minor blue. That was our best drop so far. That's still pretty good. You have hundreds of the other 5, yet none of the 1. Oh gosh. Yeah, that can happen. Especially if you're focusing on upgrading those. Don't forget to upgrade some of the others. Or not forget, but you know. Sometimes you prioritize a color without even intentionally doing so. And just because the color is used more from our troops. So even just upgrading kingdoms can sometimes use it up a lot more. There's a lot of low rarity reds as well. But yeah, this might be a weekend where we hit like 20, 30 Volkies or something. Be pretty cool. Definitely a chance for it to happen. Due to the increased rate that they have this weekend. Compared to normal. Even compared to their normal. But yeah, anyone just getting here now. The Vault weekend's actually buffed more than normal this weekend. You have double of the double chance of finding gnomes. The Volkey rate is still the same, but theoretically that's also indirectly doubled. It's not directly doubled, but it's indirectly doubled in the sense that due to the gnomes being more common, you'd also have the higher chance of being able to get the Volkey, since you're seeing twice as many gnomes. So even though the Volkey drops the same, it's still basically double the Volkeys, just indirectly through double the gnomes. You got 7 Cedric. I don't know why they made Cedric so high. They ended up doing a patch where they actually increased the rate of getting Cedric from Volkeys. They might have done it for like a patch like this, where there's going to be like new legend vaults in there. So now all the other ones will share the drop table with it. So for example, that one Heart of whatever that's coming in like a couple weeks. I'm not sure exactly when it's coming into Volkeys, but it'll be in the pass in like 6 weeks from now or something. And when that comes around in Volkeys, it'll probably share the same drop table as Cedric. But currently, Cedric just takes up the entirety of the drop table. So whenever you get a legend from Vault, it's always Cedric. Whereas in about 6-7 weeks from now, we'll have our second ever legend in Vaults. Is that team you're using? What troop would you swap out to put a class to train it? First slot. You replace first slot with literally anything that doesn't use blue or green. That's what I normally do. But someone suggested using the event week troop and just for the free gold, since we didn't really need much else from the hero. We technically need Greenstorm from hero, but it's such a minuscule difference using Greenstorm compared to not. Especially in this kingdom, because there's a chance we get Greenstorm from the battles due to String Fiddler being on the opposing team. So it's not really that much of a slow down to put the free gold per turn or per battle. We used to have double EXP weekends. When the game first started, we had double gold weekends, double EXP weekends, stuff like that. We have yet to have one in like 4.5 years. But we used to way in the past. Vault events are basically the new replacement for that, though. Which honestly I would say is overall actually better. Because at no point did they ever have an event in the past, prior to Vault events, where we would get like gem-related resources. They're all things like souls or XP or gold increases. But yeah, we haven't had any in ages. Theoretically, we indirectly have it during a Guild War event. If you win Guild War every single day, you technically have an XP weekend all week. Because you'd have 100% XP gain. 5 Volkeys! That's what we want to see. Look at that. Volkey number 5. Well, we're halfway to code. Well, I said we'll hand out the second one at 10. We're halfway there. Not even an hour in and we're halfway there. I would love if Vault events were this good by default. What do we got? Anything good? No! Come on! Jewel Gnome again. Trolling me. With 7 diamonds. How useless. Come on, give us the Mech Gnome. This is the weekend. This is the weekend we get Mech Gnome. How many Cedrics do I have? Like 40. I think it's like 30 something. We'll go double check after this battle. It's either 30 or 40 something Cedrics. Oh, look at that! Back-to-back Volkeys. Oh, will we get a triple Volkey? Oh, I've never gotten triple back-to-back-to-back Volkey. Ooh. Ooh. It's possible. Let's go take this battle real quick. Could you imagine? The triple Volkey. Alright, what do we get from this? No, that's not the one I need. Give me Mech Gnome already. Why, game, why? Okay, come on. Volky, go. Let's get that triple Volky for the first time ever. Aw, no gnome. Let's see if the next gnome still gives us a Volky. That's still technically triple Volky. If we get off the next gnome. It's just not back-to-back-to-back-to-back battles. Let's see if next gnome gives Volky. That'll be 3 in a row if it does. What is this lag? Go already. No. There's no benefit to doing higher difficulty for vaults. They have no effect on loot. They have no effect whatsoever on loot. The difficulty setting being there is kind of left over from something in the past that they still haven't bothered removing because they were going to rebalance vault keys and they never did. And they were probably going to remove it then. But yeah, you should never increase the difficulty during vault keys. There is pretty much no benefit to doing so. Like, the actual drops you get from the gnomes do not increase based on difficulty. Oh, so did we get a gnome yet? I don't think we did since then. We might still have our triple Volky. We'll find out in a moment. Okay, there we go. Triple Volky, go. Here's a Volky. Do you break the streak? Ah, of course you would. All your drops are useless, other than Volky. That would be the one who would stop it. What a fail. So far, our only really good drop is minor blue. Other than normal gnome drop stuff. As far as like Volky drops, minor blues are our best one so far. Which isn't bad for an hour. I'd be perfectly happy if we got a minor blue every hour. Gosh, look at that black screen every single time. Because it can't load the thing properly. Because it's going so quick. And because controller is messing with it. Yeah, the increased rate's pretty strong. We already found 6. We're ending out next code at 10. Because with the increased rate, it's pretty high how many Volkies you get. Good chance we'll hit like 20 or 30 this weekend. We're already pretty much 6 in an hour. Not sure if that's above average still though. There's a good chance within 2 hours we'd get as much as we got in like an entire weekend in the past. Gosh, so many useless tokens. I almost wish we wouldn't get it. Because it kind of makes the screen all weird. Because you can't match through it. Yeah, they buffed the event. The rate of finding gnomes is much higher than normal. It's double the normal doubled rate. Volky chance is still the same, but because you're getting so many more gnomes, you're also getting so many more Volkies. Even though the Volkies just a normal buffed amount. Let's see. Hello, Etam. Question with a build-up. Pet levels are what's happening or keeping you from leveling kingdoms right now. Do you think they will add option to ascend pets with Orb of Ascension? I don't believe they would, but it would be a pretty cool addition. I wish you could use like the orange or green orbs to feed them, and also use like the orange to upgrade them. As it currently stands, you cannot use orbs in any way on pets. Well, there's a chance they might rebalance pets in some way into the future. Pets have yet to be touched since they were released, though. They've never been adjusted since their release about a little over 2 years ago. Yeah, I really wish you could feed them with the orbs. That would have been really useful when trying to get them all up. But at this point, I have a surplus of food. Still would have been cool if you could use like a green or orange to feed them. And then blue, obviously, to ascend them. But currently, none work on them. Back-to-back gnomes. That is going to be a pretty common occurrence this weekend. Unfortunately, a bad drop, only a single event key. I really do not need event keys. I'd rather have his 1 gem key drop than his 3 event key drop. That's because of how much more I need gem keys. Yeah, pets can be a little annoying to upgrade. Because you have to constantly be checking the game. You can get quite a bit of upgrades during Vault events, though. Though it would have to take time out of doing your Vault event to go and do the pets, but it don't take that long. You can normally cycle through them in like 5 minutes or less. I think the world record's almost at 2 minutes. Like 2.5 or something. It's very easy to do them in 4 or 5 minutes. You don't get any gnome drops during it, though. But you do get the pets. But your guild should ideally be getting a new pet every single hour during a Vault event. Theoretically, you could do that at any point, but especially during a Vault event, it's a lot easier to do because the increased rate, even one person can maintain it. That being said, over that course of time, that means you could get like anywhere from like 20 to 60 pets over the course of a weekend. A Vault weekend, that is. Theoretically, you could do that every single day. Like about like 10 to 20 pets. But you would have to have a really active guild. But during a Vault event, it doesn't actually matter if you have that as active as a guild. Because you can actually solo it yourself. Because of the higher rate. Especially this weekend. Another gnome. When you're rescuing a pet, Volky. One moment. Gosh, I thought it would take us a little bit longer to hit 10 Volkies. Apparently not. Alright, let me go do this real quick. What was the question? Do you think it is worth it to use the shop to try to finding a pet? No. The shop is exceedingly overpriced, and I would advise never using it. Unless you desperately needed one maxed. But I would advise pretty much never using that gem shop. It is way overpriced to buy pets. It's only worth it if you're going all the way. Buying a partial mount is really... Can you stop giving us jewel gnomes? Buying a partial mount is really bad for its value. But we just found 3. Out of 7 drops, 3 of them have been jewel gnome. And 4 or 5 of them have been common. But 0 of them have been mech gnome. Go figure. But yeah, we've had at least 4 chances so far to find mech gnome. Because 4 of them are common. And 3 of them were Jewel Gnome, and 1 of them was some other gnome. I think it was Valraven or something. Or it was just the basic gnome. Yeah, I think it was the basic gnome. But yeah, more than half our drops have been common gnomes that could have been mech gnome. And we still haven't gotten it yet. Game just never wants to drop it for me. At this rate, I almost think we could use our 200 volt keys and still not get them. Wow, how unlucky we've been on them. I would assume that would be enough, but obviously we're not spending those. Not anytime soon. I'm ideally waiting till they rebalance them. Because there's a good chance they're still going to get rebalanced at some point. You got it the week it came out, nice. Well, I haven't opened many Vault keys since then. And I've started opening over them the last month or two. But during that time, we still haven't gotten any. But hopefully this is the weekend. This is the second Vault event, I believe, since we started opening over Vault keys. So, hopefully we'll get it this weekend with the increased rate. If nothing else, we can make it our goal this weekend. Don't stop grinding until we finally get it. Because last Vault event, we ended up finally maxing out all hero classes, which is pretty cool. And hopefully this weekend will be the weekend we get our mech gnome finally. Along with all the other loot. And then we'll have 100% troop completion. Not like it really matters if you own or do not own a mech gnome. You'd never actually use it on a team. But it still counts as a troop we don't have. And having the profile like that makes it seem like I'm missing a mythic. But it's actually a common. Who knew that the rarest thing in the game would actually be a common? Is it still an idea to save Vault keys for a later update? Yes. You should be saving at least some amount. At minimum 50, just in case. I'm saving 200 personally. But yes, you never know when there might be an update that will rework them. And there's a good chance, if you're doing 100% completion on the game, the rework that they do to Vault event will be, or Vault keys, will very likely make it much easier to get multiple copies of the basic gnomes, like all the common ones. So those are almost impossible to max in the current state of the game without using major blues on them. However, they are likely to do an update eventually that will make it so you can max them without needing to use major blues, by making how much they pop up a lot more. Like you'd be able to get like multiple copies in a single Vault key sometimes, like along those kind of lines. When they'll do a change like that, I have no clue, but it was something they kind of hinted at in the past, but never did. Yeah, that's the way I did it. I got them all to 70, and then I got them to 100. Obviously, got all the important ones to 100 first. But once you're just doing all the useless ones, getting them to 70 and then to 100 makes it a lot more manageable. I even got them to base 80 at some point, and then to 100. We did base 70 on a lot of them. Got a couple to 100, and then got them to like base 80, and then started getting them to 100 from there. The last few I had. Hello, Shank. Welcome. Because you could easily do 80 to 100 in a weekend. But theoretically, you could do it from 0 to 100 in a single weekend as well. But I don't know, it just makes it more manageable that way. It doesn't seem as grindy. Even though it's still very grindy. Total amount of time to max out every hero class in the game is around, calculator go. It can vary. But I believe on average, it takes approximately almost 1,000 hours to max out every hero class in the game. It takes about 952 hours. So that can vary, give or take a little bit. But using efficient methods, it can take you almost 1,000 hours to max out every hero class in the game. A little under. Do you think Rowan will be the fastest troop to farm and explore forever? There's a possibility, yes. That she might forever be the quickest thing in Explore to ever use. Because even if something gets quicker, she's tied at the quickest. Like, unless they literally had an Empower option that could just one-shot, which they almost had in the past with Dust Devil, but then nerfed it. But unless they bring something like that back to the game, she will pretty much forever be, at minimum, tied with the quickest way to run Explore in the entire game. The only way something could ever be better is if it's 11 mana cost or lower and can do exactly what she does, while still having half mana start, or even like a 75% start or something. Like, the only way they could ever make something better is if something could still consistently one-shot everything, but has a higher mana start than her. Or, you know, lower mana, you know what I mean. As in, less mana required to get it to full. Rowan requires 6 mana to get to full mana. Covering 2 colors. Kill all enemies on 4 times or 5 times gem matches. That could technically take longer than Rowan. Like, she doesn't need an extra turn to win. 5 gems. They add up every little bit. Gosh, look at that black screen lag. It doesn't even ever load the map. It's just a black screen. The black abyss. It wouldn't actually do that lag if it never went back to that map. It's the map that makes it lag. Got a blue major today. Nice. If I got a minor blue earlier. It's our best drop we got from a vault key so far today. Out of our keys. Half the drops have been common, yet we still haven't found the mech gnome. I'll hand out a code once we get 10 vault keys. Which might seem like a lot, but with the increased rate this weekend, it's not that bad. Actually reaching 10 vault keys. That's something we try to aim for over the course of an entire weekend. Now we might be able to get it within like 2 hours. We're on track to get it done in 2 hours. And then we're going to keep still going. $4,000 useless gold. What are you doing? Give us the vault key. Or at least some amount of keys. There's 4 gem keys, the other big drop I'd want to see normally out of them. What metals am I using? Pure armor. This is 4 times guard. But did they ever switch back to the correct metals? Not sure if I did. We could double check after it loads forever. Look at that lag. Yeah, we're using the right one. Okay, that's fine. I wonder if I could move the map in a way. No, I was gonna say I was wondering if I could move the map so far off that it doesn't load in. But no, it has boundaries, so you can't deload the map. Because that would save time if we could. There's still this glitch where you can like move the map while you're doing this. I'll move it all the way to the corner to see if that helps some. Not sure if it will. But it's worth a shot. I moved it to the bottom right corner. Maybe it'll lag less now. Nope. Nope. The last 3 to 4 hours, you got 5 total. Yeah, it could be getting above average. Because we should theoretically only be getting 2 per hour. Based on it being double what it was before. Why am I exploring in Zhejian? Aside from it being a place that doesn't normally have like any annoying mechanics, it is the only kingdom in the game that has Greenstorm at start of battle off of one of the troops. And this is beneficial because Rowan needs Greenstorm. And we're opting to not go the hero class route, which would auto give it Greenstorm. But that's the benefit to going in Zhejian. It has none of the super annoying mechanics, which the main 3 are no spell reduction, no empower, and no revive on death. It lacks all 3 of those mechanics, which are the main 3 you generally want to avoid when exploring. But it also has a troop that starts with Greenstorm occasionally, String Fiddler. So as you can see, we have Greenstorm active, which is very beneficial to Rowan's extra turn chance. If she doesn't get an extra turn, she normally cascades full mana from the Greenstorm. That's the main reason for Zhejian. The fact that it has none of the annoying mechanics and it's Greenstorm normally. Or not normally, but a decent rate. Oh, what are you doing? Be a 1 mana short. Oh, I could take an extra turn blue. Whoops. Oh well, not too big a deal. Give us a Valky. Go. Nope. 5 gems. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . Yeah, you get way more gnomes in Explore because the cycle, the quicker speed at which you can cycle through it. And the team we're using right now has the quickest cycle time. It's close to 15 seconds for the full cycle, counting the battle, the loading screens, and everything. With the loading screens pretty much being half the time, as you can see. The battle itself just dies instantly. It's mostly just menuing through loading screens, which take forever because it lags. There we go. Hey, glad you can finally catch a stream. Right in time for Vault grinding weekends. And it got buffed this weekend too for the version 5.0 patch. This special buffed version of it. So it's a really great time to be grinding right now. Highly advise doing so if you have free time right now or this weekend. It lasts for all of today, tomorrow, and Sunday. Until Monday reset. And then once Monday reset hits, boom, we'll have the first campaign. The only slight issue with White Helm, there's a lot of spell reduction in White Helm, so you gotta be a little careful. Depending on what team you're running. You might even need to lower to a lower difficulty. Just because of the amount of spell reduction there. I need to restart the game soon so the Explorer lag isn't as high. Well, White Helm is fine, but you normally have to run it on Explorer 1 or 2 rather than 3. Because the only annoying mechanic in there is 1 in power and a lot of spell reduction. But if you're running on Explorer 1 and 2, it doesn't normally matter as much, especially Explorer 1. Oh, it's definitely not a location where you can consistently do Explore 3. Because it has 25% spell reduction and 50% spell reduction. Actually has, I believe, the most amount of spell reduction of any kingdom currently in the game. Dude, I think Famine is a good troop. He was at one point the most meta troop in the entire game. In the current state of the game, he's rather average. He's a great Guild War utility to have, though I don't feel like I ever really use him much these days. But biggest issue is so many things I'm immune to silence now. I mean, immune to mana drain, I mean. He's really good at not losing. Especially if the entire enemy team does not have immune to a mana drain. But it's very rarely used. Also, all the Apocalypse troops are not associated to a kingdom, so they're almost never really obtained. They're like the last troops you should ever really go for. Just because they don't help you upgrade any kingdoms. So I would just avoid all of them unless you just randomly get them. You only have about 6,000 diamonds for Soulforge. Should you save and wait for Fairish Ra or Iron Gut? You want Iron Gut for delves and upscale content, and you need souls. Oh no, I'd probably still go for Iron Gut. You can still soul farm without it. Like even right now during the Vault event right now, you can get some really good soul rates without actually needing Fairish Ra. So I'd say to stock up on souls this weekend by doing the Vault event for a lot of time, and just get Iron Gut as your next thing. You just sent me a message on Discord. Let me go open it up. Do I even have Discord open? No I do not. So we can do that. Open Sesame Discord. But yeah, you can still do soul farming without Fairish Ra. Fair Shroud just increases the rate at which it happens. Whereas with something like Delves, you might not necessarily be able to do some Delves in early game without the Iron Gut. You could theoretically cheese them all with Mank, but some Delves can be really hard to cheese with Mank. You got 6,000 from the Vault event. How on earth did you get 6,000 from the Vault event, if you mean diamonds? Not sure how you can get that many. Because there's a couple different ways you can get drops. Jewel Gnome has 20 and 50, but though they're very exceedingly rare. Normal Gnome actually ends up giving you more, even though it only has 2 and 5, just because it's a lot more common. And then Cedric has a 50 diamond drop. Those are the 5 ways you can get diamonds, or 5 diamond drops that exist during a Vault event. With the most common one being a 2 and 5 off a normal Gnome. That makes up actually a good majority of the diamonds you actually get. Gosh, this lag. Okay, I need to go to restart this game. We're getting way too much lag now. Way too much lag. Just gonna need to restart it like every 30 minutes. That might almost waste all the time we're saving. Well, at least we can take tribute then. Boom. Give us that tribute. Okay, where were we? Zacian. Back to the grinds. Oh, you meant souls. My bad. I thought you said diamonds. I was gonna say. But yeah, Soul Gnome has 3 drops. 1,000, 2,500, and 5,000. Yeah, I mixed the 2 comments. I thought you meant diamonds. I was gonna say. But yeah, souls you can easily get about, I would say probably 20,000 per hour with a super quick kill team. Depends how many soul gnomes you find, and if you're lucky or not. That's pretty good for not even using a soul farming team. But yeah, it takes about 2 to 3 soul gnomes to find 6,000 souls, I believe. Unless you get unlucky with a lot of 1,000s. And we showed that sacrificial priest team earlier too, though I don't think that would be enough damage in early game though. The phylactery build. Hahaha. The current Gnome event is a much better feature than the actual 5.0 patch. Pretty true. I wish we would get this once every cycle of the thing, of the what's it called? Of the campaign. That'd be cool if every campaign, right before the campaign starts, the weekend before the campaign, they do a Vault weekend that's buffed even more than normal. That'd be a really cool feature that they're probably not going to do. But like every weekend before a campaign, do a buffed Vault weekend. That has a higher effectiveness than normal. No Soulforge changes in 5.0. Also, 5.0 is already here. It doesn't seem like it, because most of it doesn't take effect till Monday. But no, 5.0 is already here. And no, there was not a single change to Soulforge at all. Also, 5.1 is theoretically the first potential patch that could technically be finally the treasure hunt and arena rework. Though it is most likely to be 5.2 or 5.3 or 5.4. Or one of the intermediary patches between them. It's likely to be one of the last 3 patches of this year. The treasure hunt and arena reworks. If they even do it this year still. Which hopefully they will. Yeah, Gems of War will definitely be playable on next-gen consoles. How much of a delay it'll be, I'm not sure. Also, don't they have cross-platform, too? Between each other? Or, like, some kind of thing which extends the games from one to the other? I forget, I haven't been keeping up with everything with them. But, yeah, they definitely should be. Yeah, Arena is okay souls in early game. Beyond that point, you never really tend to touch it much. Arena is actually kind of interesting in the sense that it plays very similarly to how the game was on launch. Like, the kind of stats and everything that Arena is set up to be is very similar to what the game was when the game first launched. Though even that is slightly higher than what it was on launch. But it's the most similar thing to what the game used to be. Just not exactly the same because obviously you could choose anything before rather than the draft system. But it's probably the closest piece of content to what the game looked like when it first came out. Because it has no traits, has no levels beyond 15. Actually, level cap used to be 10 at one point. It was actually increased to 15. And then eventually to 20, of course. And then theoretically to 23 with elite levels. If you count each of those as a numeric +1. Which technically they aren't, but theoretically they are. Yeah, stats are way higher. When the game first started, stats could actually be single digits. Like, it was very common. Like, half the digits in a battle would be, like, a single one, rather than doubles. Like, the highest attack in the game when the game first started was 11 off a silence 1. And most things had an attack at, like, 6 or 7 value. Total durabilities were very rarely above 20. Normally we're around, like, 10 to 15 or so. Only, like, Legends and such had, like, a higher durability. And some exceptions, like Fortress Gate and stuff. Which has like 0 attack for really high durability. Which actually used to be somewhat meta. Because it was the highest durability troop in the game at one point. Even though it had 0 attack. Actually, that might still be the case. Though obviously that's a lot less consequential these days. Because its durability is only like a 10% difference, whereas before it was like almost like a 50% difference. Because of how close their stats were. So having a much higher, quite a bit different. Yeah, for someone to legit have level 2,400, they'd have to be playing for like 16 plus hours a day. If not more. Yeah, team scores go really high right now. There was something added about 3 or 4 years ago. It's mostly just to show the overall strength of a team as far as its stats and everything. It's not. It doesn't have any indication of how well it's composed, but more so of its overall stats. So you can kind of tell, like, oh, a 10,000 team's going to be stronger than a 6,000 team and stuff like that. as far as how high stats are and everything. It's mostly just a way to kind of gauge the approximate amount of stats the team will have. That's why when we're doing quick kill PvP, we're normally looking for 5,500 and below. Because anything below 5,000 we should easily be able to one-shot this late in the game. No, the max level is 10,000. It is literally impossible to reach max level. Because even if you played for about 16 hours a day, I believe it takes 40 to 60 years to reach level 10,000. Realistically, the max level is 2,000. Because you basically stop gaining stats beyond that point. So even though it's not actually the cap, level 2,000 is technically max level. Even though it still keeps going higher beyond that. But if you're at 2,000 or above, you can pretty much say you're at max level. Because realistically you are. Even though theoretically you're not. But if you're talking like 100% completion, I would say level 2,000 is required for 100% completion. Though anything beyond that I would not really consider needed for it. For like extreme over paranoid 100%, I would say level 2,000 is required for it. Let's see. Let's get an 8 right there. There we go. Also, I'm nowhere near anytime soon. We're at level 1,563. We could be playing for another 3 years and we might not even be 2,000. We'll be pretty close to it though at that point. But I don't think we'd be all the way yet. Anyways, let's go use our Volky. Hey, an orb. Please, be blue. Nope, another useless orange one. What a fail. Well, 8 Volkies. We literally only got one good drop so far, though. Ah. Only one good drop. Oh. Well then, back-to-back Volkies again. We got this earlier, too. Still haven't gotten our triple Volky yet, though. Also, I said at 10 Volkies we'd hand out a code. That was way quicker than I thought it would take, though. Well, technically we haven't gotten our 10th one yet. Still need one more. We're almost there. And next Volky will hand out a code. Please give us Mech Gnome already. You know you want to. 50 diamonds. That was the 50 diamond drop I was talking about. Something I don't personally need since we have like infinite diamonds on this account. But I guess it still adds up. Who knows, maybe we'll add some kind of diamond sink in the future. Currently there's none. And by that I mean if you own every mythic in the game, there's pretty much nothing else to use diamonds on. If you own every mythic and every weapon. They did technically add a bunch of weapons in the most recent patch. However, at 75 gems per weapon, the total cost to get all of them, well technically 33 because the Broken Spiral one already existed. So let's say 33. So it only costs 2,475, which is less than a whole mythic in order to get all those weapons. So it doesn't really count. It's basically one mythic worth of weapons. When will I go back to playing on Nintendo? For the Gems of War version, probably never. Just because it's so far behind. But as far as playing Nintendo games, we've still been doing it here and there. Paper Mario Origami King came out today. However, it is so bad compared to the past Mario games, so I'm personally not going to be going into it. I've already seen some footage and stuff from it, and I don't know. Like, it's a decent game, but it's not a genuine Paper Mario game. And that just bugs me to no end. Like Bug Fables that came out as that one indie game earlier that we actually streamed a bunch is closer to that than the actual Paper Mario series these days, which is pretty sad. But yeah, we'll be playing Animal Crossing probably next Saturday, not tomorrow, but the following Saturday. I believe there's a bug tourney then. Also, there's still a bug I need to try catching during that. I still need 3 more cicada shells, which are being very elusive. I'm not sure if you can actually even find them in multiplayer or not. I played Mario Maker 2 some in the past. My biggest issue with Mario Maker 2 is online is so ridiculously laggy. And the main thing I like to do on it is play online. But the chance of getting a stable room in multiplayer is so ridiculously rare. Do you think they'll ever add a way to farm diamonds perpetually? Currently, the only way to do that is grind during vault events. There's no other proper method for grinding for diamonds, other than just doing your normal daily ones. Will they ever add a method? Probably not. Just because mythics and stuff are attached to it. That's one of their main resource sinks in the game is mythics. And the methods of which you obtain them. But no, the closest thing we have to infinitely farming diamonds are vault events, especially this weekend with the buff rate. Yeah, I've taken requests and done some like that on stream before. I know Paper Mario didn't really appear, or I mean not Paper Mario. I mean Mario Maker 2 didn't really appeal to me too much after launch a bit. Mostly because multiplayer was so bad, and I'm not as big of a fan as like sandbox games for the most part. And a lot of the levels and stuff are kind of set up like that. I like a little bit of a higher consistency with things. I will take that. Oh, I thought it was extra turn. Luckily, it cascaded extra turn, so I guess it works. Nice. I'm actually pretty hyped for Pokemon Unite, oddly enough. Curious to see how that game pans out. There's a lot of potential, even though it's getting a lot of hate. But I'm still hyped for it, even though it's probably like a year off. They never gave a release date. What do we go for here? Also, hopefully there'll be a Nintendo Direct sometime soon. I really feel like Mario Kart 9's coming out this season, because they need something huge to compete with next-gen consoles. And Mario Kart 9 is their biggest series. I mean, Mario Kart is their biggest series. So that would make the most sense to come out during the season, the holiday season. Because the Switch still doesn't have a unique Mario Kart yet. The only Mario Kart it has on it is the Wii U version. Or a variant of the Wii U version. They never actually released a new one on Switch yet. What do we do here? Go for that. So hello, Viteral. Welcome. I've been doing pretty good today. We're on the Vault Key grind. And it's buffed in, this weekend compared to normal. So we've been grinding on that heavily. Got a Vault Key? Nice, yeah. They're so common this weekend. We're 2 hours in and we're almost at 10. There's a good chance we'll hit 10 under the 2 hour mark. Which normally takes us like an entire weekend. Nope. Forgot you can't spam through that. No, that's just gems. There's a difference between gems and diamonds. Diamonds are used to craft mythics. Gems are, the other resource. Yeah, treasure hunt's currently the way you do gems. Though the only way you can do diamonds is technically vault events. And, of course, daily dungeons. But if you want to increase it any more than that, it's doing vault events. Yeah, Gems War is a lot of fun. Very addicting. Has an interesting playstyle to it. Really fast paced too. I think Guild Wars. Guild Wars really slow paced. But most pieces of content in the game are pretty fast paced. You hope they bring out a way to just burn 100 treasure maps for mega treasure hunts. There has been suggestions for them to do a multi-treasure map thing that you could use. Hey! 10 Folky! Obviously not that many at once. But, just have to wait and see what they do with the Vault update. There we go. 10 Volkies. Let me go use it. And then we'll hand out a code. Hey, what do we get? Yeah, I enjoyed Clash Royale quite a bit. I feel like it loses replay value out of over time, though. I only played it for about 4 months. And then it kind of started to get really repetitive. And by that point, you could pretty much full complete the game as well. Other than, like, trying to max out everything, which starts to take too much money. As far as, like, obtaining everything, you could easily get it done within, like, 4 months or so. 3-4 months. Anyways, let me go hand out code. Gosh, we're getting so many Volkies. What am I looking for? I'm looking for code section. Where are you hiding? Here you go. Put that into the Gyms of War website. But there's the redeem code. But just click on that link, open a new tab. Your invite code can be found in your settings menu. Whatever game says right over here in the bottom left corner is what you put in for invite code. Redeem code's right over there in chat. Just copy paste the random numbers and letters starting with W. Or literally the W, the UU. Not the W as the letter, but 2 U's. And gives the same reward as always. 2 treasure maps, 1 gem key, 200 souls, and 2,500 gold. There you go. Enjoy. It's only usable on PC mobile version. Otherwise, the gnome rate is so high right now that within the time it would take you to redeem that code, you could almost get a gnome with the same value. Because gnomes are just that good right now. What am I doing going over there? Back to Zhejian. Yeah, I've been playing since it launched in 2014. And I've enjoyed it along the way. I'm slightly concerned with them starting to paywall some stuff, though. But overall, the game's still been a lot of fun. And they haven't taken that away yet. Also, compared to most free-to-play games, they had a lot of ways where you can actually grind stuff to get all the resources you need. Mostly vault events. But even just in general without vault events. Is using Summer's Wonder weapon, 2 Leprechauns, and Queen Titania the fastest vault key grinding team? No, this would be. Mostly because you get instant one-shot. This is tied at the quickest any team could possibly ever be in the current state of the game. There's almost no way to even get any quicker. Make sure there's not an extra space. Sometimes that adds a space randomly. If it says it doesn't work. Also, you have to be specifically on the PC mobile version. If you're on any console version, it won't work. The account has to be specifically on the PC mobile version. In before empowered Rowan. Well, Dust Devil used to be quicker than Rowan. It actually got nerfed literally the day before I started doing this channel on a weekly basis. I was going to cover a video on it, but then it literally got nerfed. Yeah, I've been doing this channel for a little over 4 years now. Been an interesting experience. Would you use 200 vault keys to get Heart of Rage? I'm already going to be getting off a pass. I wouldn't advise using that many to try to get it, though. Also, realistically, I think you can get it within like 10 to 15 once it's actually in drop table. However, we have yet to know exactly when it's going to be in drop table. But I'm likely just going to get the one off the pass and then use the orb on it to get it maxed. Hey, Isabel's here. Hey, Isabel, you need to water my flowers. In Animal Crossing. At some point. Who knows, maybe we'll do it on stream while we're doing other stuff. Oh, also, I finally got a cannon. Also, Isabel wanted to see the new room. We actually decorated another room. Yeah, I finally finished it today. I believe it is our 3rd completed room. I say completed very loosely. Because most of them I'll probably still keep tweaking. There we go. 11 vault keys. Gosh, that number is huge. Let me go open the vault key. Let's go grab this over here. Hey, no problem, Isabel. I woke up actually pretty early today. I actually theoretically woke up so early that I could have started at the normal 10. But because it was already at that time, I was like, I'll just wait till then. And I just grabbed a longer breakfast. Actually, I ate a lot this morning. I probably ate too much. I was just really hungry for whatever reason. So I just kept eating. Oh, why am I trying to find 20%? We just keep spamming Zation. We don't need to go anywhere else. Yeah, Isabel, we might do it some time on the stream real quick. Might as well. It'll be a nice little break to rest our eyes. We won't do Animal Crossing for long, though. It'll be like 5-10 minutes. Let's let Isabel water them in the background. But, I might as well show the house that we did. Or the most recent room. We'll do that a little bit later. Because this will be a bit longer of a stream than normal. Probably do it in the next hour. Also, I might have another code this stream as well. If we can somehow hit 20 vault keys, I will hand out a 3rd code. If we can somehow hit 20 vault keys during this stream. Which honestly might be possible. Surprisingly. But if we hit 20 vault keys, we'll have one this stream. If not, we'll have it at our normal nightly stream. Which is in 6 hours from now. But the stream will probably go for another 3-4 hours. Somewhere around there. Definitely want to grab dinner between the 2 streams and just rest my eyes a little bit. I'm looking at screens for so long. Hey, Gary, I have no clue what question you're trying to ask. You've deleted it twice. Oh, yeah, if the code's not working, it normally means there's an extra space sometimes. Just click backspace and it will probably make it work if it says the code doesn't exist. I like doing that for every reason. Which legendary is equal to Rowan? I don't believe there is. Phoenicia is the closest equivalent for a mythic. I don't think any legend is the exact equivalent. I think Queen Titania might be the closest. But it's not exactly the same thing. But Phoenicia is the closest troop that isn't Rowan to Rowan. But it's a mythic, not a legend. Any news on which kingdom the next delve belongs to? Droxum. It should be Droxum. Also, thank you, Isabel, for the support again. Greatly appreciated. Helps out a lot. But yeah, out of any legend that's like it, Queen Titania is probably the best. They get Rowan for free, so everyone has Rowan. And even Phoenicia is worse than it in many situations, though she is better in a few. Phoenicia's whole purpose is basically to kill the range of enemies that Rowan stops killing at. Like for anything below that range, you use Rowan. Anything slightly above that range, you use Phoenicia until Phoenicia just falls off and then you use other teams. But Phoenicia fills that gap where Rowan can no longer one-shot, but Phoenicia can. However, for anything that Rowan can one-shot, it's better to just use the Rowan because she's quicker. Due to the lower mana cost. Come on, give us our 12 Volky. See our first dozen. Boom. Nope, 5 diamonds. Gosh, we got a lot of diamonds. I think we already gotten 100 diamonds in under 2 hours. Between the vault key and everything. Too bad I don't actually need them. Because that's a pretty good rate. I think if you don't get a 50 off a vault key, you'll average about 30 per hour. But you do have the 50 off a vault key chance. We got it once. Not like I need them, but they add up. You wouldn't ever use Iron Gut and Explore. It's actually too slow. I've tried it when it first came out. And it's actually too slow to bother using. It was one of the first teams I tried when it first came out. But it was noticeably slower than other decent teams. To such a degree where I would honestly not advise ever using Iron Gut for Explore 12. Unless you're using it with like Zugoff and Synergy with it, but even then it's probably just better to just completely center around the other options. The biggest issue with that is his lack of 100% consistency for his first Devour. This makes him ultra slow because there's a chance that his first hit will not actually kill. Which means there's some battles where you'd have to cast him like 6 to 8 times to win a battle. Oh, nice, Isabel. I claimed to alpha one of each of my accounts. I got a bunch of clothing and the cannon. With the cannon being the only one I actually want. Actually, there are some of the pirate clothing in Animal Crossing that I did want. Mostly the really cool pirate hat. Actually, I got the beard. I got the pirate beard. That one actually looks pretty cool. But I wanted the pirate hat, which I haven't gotten yet. I got 2 crowns, but no hat. And I wanted to get the blue bandana thingy. Because it kind of looks like from Ruby and Sapphire, I think it was. Like Team Omega or whatever that was. There's like in Pokemon, there was like a, there were like 2 teams, like a red and blue one. And that one blue bandana actually looks almost exactly like the one from that one Pokemon game. It's pretty cool. It's basically like a pirate hat variant. I got the red version though. Which is not the one I wanted. Also comes in black. Let's see. Is 2 Ketris team still useful? Yes. Very rarely is it used. But Yasmin Pride with like Apothecary with 2 Ketris is good for any restriction that has green. Particularly Tower of Doom and partially for Delves. But it's mostly used for Tower of Doom. Green Tower of Doom, brown Tower of Doom. Theoretically red Tower of Doom, though red doesn't work as well. We'll throw that down. Also, hello, KrissTigger. Hope you've been doing well. Hope all's been wonderful. If anyone has any questions or anything you want me to go over, do let me know, because we'll be around for a while today, grinding the event, because the Vault event is buffed for any of you just getting here now, or recently. They increased it quite a bit higher than it normally is. They basically doubled the already increased rate of what you'd be able to find for gnomes. And this drastically increases the chance of you finding pretty much everything. And as you can see, we've already gotten 11 vault keys, which is pretty much how much we do in an entire weekend. And we're only 2 hours in. So definitely a fantastic time to be grinding. Are Xenos and Shade of Zorn useful at all? No. They're among 2 of the worst mythics in the entire game. Also, Shade of Zorn is one of the worst troops in the entire game, period. Not even just mythics, just in general. Also, what just happened to my chest? Oh, I just clicked all of it somehow. I was gonna say, what happened to it? It disappeared. There we go. But yeah, Shade of Zorn is I believe the absolute worst troop in the entire game. Or among one of them. It's like top 5 absolute worst troop in the entire game. And that's counting every rarity of troop. It's definitely worst mythic in the game. Oh. But even if you count every rarity in the entire game, it's easily top 5 worst. And definitely number 1 worst mythic. The main reason why you would stick to one team is you just don't have to worry about the loading time of constantly switching between teams. I mean, between kingdoms. But you can switch kingdoms if you want to for specific trait stones, if you were hunting for specific trait stones. I normally ignore that aspect since we have more trait stones than we ever need to do on this account. But you can switch between kingdoms if you need to focus specific trait stones if you want. However, for maximum rate, you would stick in one the entire time, at whichever one just has the least threatening things. And Zhejian is one of those, especially with his auto green storm that it has whenever you have a string filler on the opposing team. Why don't I use Sunbird on Explore anymore? Main reason is ever since we got medals added to the game, Sunbird has become obsolete compared to Rowan, due to the fact that you can increase Rowan's damage by 24 using medals, whereas you can only increase, or sorry, did I say 24? I meant 48, whereas Sunbird you can only increase by 24. So you can get double the benefit onto Rowan compared to a Sunbird, which makes Rowan much, much better. Also, Sunbird, if ever needed a second cast, loses all of its additional benefits that it got from the medals, whereas Rowan gets to keep it. But medals pretty much made Sunbird obsolete, at least relative to Rowan. Because you may notice that pretty much ever since medals, we've pretty much never used Sunbird ever again. It was already starting to fall behind, but when medals came in, it basically just killed off Sunbird forever. Which is unfortunate. Sunbird was a pretty cool troop. Still among one of my favorite troops in the game, as far as its art and everything like that. Oh, sorry, sir. Did I miss one of your questions? What was your thing? Let's see. Oh, never mind. That was I already answered your previous question. Let's see. Oh, apparently I missed that Sunbird question, though I answered it now. Any other questions I missed? Let me know. Just feel free to repost them. You just finished trading Sunbird, and now it's useless. Aww. Well, luckily it's pretty low to trade, at least. Plus, you still need it for kingdom upgrades anyway, so it wasn't a complete waste. It's a low rarity one that you'd want to get for kingdom upgrades eventually for 5 stars kingdoms. Why exactly 200 vault keys? No specific reason for 200 exactly. I just happened to choose that number. Any number above 50 to keep as a surplus is perfectly fine. I just happened to choose 200. What do you think about Lord of Slaughter? He's really good. He's insanely good. PvP is actually his most useful location too, because he can be a bit risky sometimes, and if he doesn't work out immediately, you can just instantly retreat the battle and go right back in. But yeah, honestly, he might be one of the absolute best PvP troops in the game. However, he doesn't work as good in quite a few other game modes, and I find him to be really risky to use for Guild Wars, even though he can be very effective in Guild Wars. But he does seem like he's one of the absolute best PvP troops in the game. Though I don't feel like he goes and gets used for too many things due to his slight inconsistency. But he's still a great troop overall. One of the best skull spammers in the game. While also having really decent traits. The closest replacement for Lord of Slaughter, at least in the sense of his skull output, is Web Spinner. And if you're looking for a skull spammer, it kind of just depends. Though Divinish Ball Aquilin is probably one of the better combos. If you're looking for like a skull spam option. If you're looking for a Doomskull option, Glaceon plus Bloodhammer is still decent. It's not exactly the same as Lord of Slaughter, but it's still a lot of skull spam, Doomskull spam. Also, any of the Doom weapons that do full AoE into a convert tends to be pretty similar to him as well. Any good team with Glaceon? Normally something along the lines of Glaceon, Mountain Crusher, Hero. Actually, sorry, wrong order. Glaceon, Hero, Mountain Crusher. Or, gosh, Glaceon, Hero, with some kind of weapon. Apothecary, and then Bloodhammer. Like something along the lines of that tends to work pretty well. Because yeah, it has your damage output, you have your cleanse, so you don't need to worry about entangle and such. And then you have your hero there for support. Either mana support or however you want to build it with the weapon. What do you say are the top 5 mythics to craft first? It's probably Fairish Ra, Iron Guts, Wild Queen. So that's 3. And then probably Infernus and one other. I would still consider Infernus pretty high up there. Even though you don't use it later into the game, it's really good when you're first starting out. Going into mid-game, going into late game. I'm not sure about a 5th. Probably Catches the Bull, I would say, for 5th. But I mentioned Iron Gut as one of them. It's, yeah, I would say something along the lines of Iron Guts, Fairish Ra, Wild Queen, Infernus, and Catches the Bull. I believe those 5. So depending on what you're looking for to build for a team, you could technically switch out a couple of those. The most important of those are definitely Fairish Ra, Wild Queen, and Iron Gut. The other 2 are kind of situational based on what you actually want to build into. No. There's currently no website other than Terran's World that data mines the game and then posts all the stuff publicly like that. I am not aware of a single other resource that does that. Gems of War database has a lot of useful things, but it normally doesn't show you things in advance. I don't believe it has any feature for that. The team you mentioned would probably be fine. Higuri. Not sure specifically what you're using it for, but this team would definitely synergize with itself. And you get everything started off a Crusher. I'm not sure what the Phoenicia in that team is for, though. Not sure if you need to go down the Phoenicia route compared to a different damage source there. But the rest of it sounds pretty good. I feel like a better damage could go there instead. Phoenicia tends to be one of those kind of troops that if you can't like 1-shot or 2-shot immediately to kill out the battle, it's normally not worth using. Phoenicia is pretty bad if you have to cast her more than 3 times. 3 or more. At least relative to other options. Actually, almost every full AoE tends to be like that. If you can't completely wipe a team in 2 full AoE casts, it is not worth it if it's an AoE that ends its turn. Any AoE that ends its turn that requires more than 2 casts is not worth using. It's one of the reasons why Crimson Bat's pretty much never used in the current state of the game anymore, or Draculus or anything like that. Because in most situations, they take more than 2 casts to win. And in any of those situations, they're not good. And that includes Phoenicia, even though she has a really big damage output. If she can't win within 2 casts or less, it's not worth it. Because she has to end her turn. At that point, you'd want to use things that have similar effects, but they have extra turn chance, which makes up for the fact that they don't end their turn. But any of them that do, if you can't double shot the enemy, it's not worth using. It's also one of the reasons why full AoE and stuff like that don't tend to work as good for upscaling, because they take forever to win those battles if you tried running full AoE. without an extra turn chance. It's one of the reasons why Truffle actually works so well too. Even though it is full AoE, it has infinite extra turns, so it technically doesn't matter as much. What's the best level 12 general explore team without Zugoff? Probably... I'm not sure absolute best. But I normally mention Urskia Shield to Rowain as one of the decent ones. Because it's super accessible to get, since everything on it's super cheap to obtain. But you basically just Leprechaun, cast your shield onto Rowain, then cast Rowain twice, and then you won. That's all you have to do. You have to cast Leprechaun once, Shield once, and Rowain twice, and you win. The only delves, or the only locations where it struggles at is anywhere with Submerge, which a lot of teams struggle with. And anywhere with Spell Reduction. But aside from that, it can run pretty much every delve. And those two issues a lot of teams have, not just that one. A single finesse normally isn't enough to give Phoenicia the damage she would need, though. Well, I guess it depends on the game mode. But yeah, you would get a little bit of extra damage off extra turns for her. And it would double off for Red Storm. But I'm not sure if that'd still be enough. Take that over. Get our kill. You have no problem. If anyone wants to say any other questions, let me know. Let's see. Is there anything better? Is it worth getting Megavore to add to it? Megavore is kind of a weird option. It seemed like he'd be a lot better than he actually is. But I find I almost never use Megavore. It has 4 times armor tier, which is the only 4 times armor tier in the entire game. And likely will ever only be the only one. And it also has that instant kill chance. I find the biggest issue with it is setting up into its armor tier normally isn't worth it. Even though there are some AoE teams that kind of ran for Explore 12 that kind of use it. I don't really care for them though, personally, compared to other options. But theoretically, you can armor tier on Explore 12 and then do like normal damage and kill it out quickly that way. But I don't find it works out amazingly well. And aside from that, you have that instant kill chance, but it's so random and inconsistent that it's normally not worth using in most situations, even though it could kind of work for delves and stuff like that. Just the high inconsistency makes it very annoying to actually effectively use. How important is it to update the traits on all 6 Guardians? Oh, it's 6. There's technically 12 of them. There's 2 different sets of 6. But, decently important. Though they are pretty expensive to trait. There's quite a few of them use them pretty well, like Humility, Courage, pretty much all of the second batch of the epics, because I believe they all got stone skinned, which is pretty beneficial for them not dying. Yeah, the Gems of War wiki. We pretty much are. Alright, let me go restart the game real quick just so we can get the better loading screen. Where'd the game go? There it is. Want to go find our dozenth key. Let's see. Where's my thingy thing? Where's my thingy thing? Oh, why am I still looking for 20%? That's such a habit now over the last month. We're just sticking to Zhejian right now. Can Doomskull creation from Phylactery, replace randomly other Doom Skulls on the board. So change nothing. No. They can replace Skulls, but they can't replace Doom Skulls. They can replace anything on the board except Doom Skulls. Every single gem spawn in the game will never replace the gem that's the exact same of it, but it can replace any other gem. And that does mean Skulls can replace Doom Skulls, and Doom Skulls can replace Skulls. However, Skulls do not replace Skulls, and Doom Skulls do not replace Doom Skulls. Like, nothing will replace itself. But Doom Skulls can replace Skulls, just not Doom Skulls themselves. What is the fastest way to get Zugoff? Farm a Vault event, like the one that's happening right now, and keep grinding it like we are forever during the weekends, and you'd get a bunch of orbs. So far, we've gotten 3 orb chances. Unfortunately, we only got 1 minor blue, which are the main ones you need, or minor and major blues. But that's pretty much what you would do. I just hope you keep getting blues because it's the main resource you need for Zugoff. Our blue orbs. But we got a blue wither on our first hour. We haven't gotten one since, even though we did get a couple other orb drops. Just not the orbs we needed. Alright. Oh, Volky, number 12. Well, maybe that will have it in it. Who knows? Let's see. Put that over there, put that over there, put that there. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, let's go use this Volky, see what's inside. Hopefully something juicy. Will the devs ever make a double transmute, not replace either of the target gems? Oh, yeah, they do make it. It is currently. Let's say you make green and purple. The greens can replace over the purples, and the purples can replace over the greens. I'm not sure if they would ever change that so it would be work properly, or in the sense that it doesn't replace either of the others. I'm not sure if they're ever coded that way, but yeah, it can be pretty annoying. It's one of the things that actually makes double troops like that kind of bad, because if you create double of a gem, the other color of the gem that you create can overlap the one that you're already creating. So let's say you make red and yellow, the reds can overlap the yellows, and the yellows can overlap the reds and replace each other out, which makes that effect a lot weaker compared to if they didn't overlap any of them. That'd be pretty strong if they ever did do a rework on that, which might be one of the reasons why they haven't, because there might be, even though it makes it a lot weaker, it might have the inverse problem that it might be too overpowered if it does it the other way around. So hello, Granny Gems, welcome. Hey, we got Granny Gems in here. Glad you can make it to the stream, which I think that's the first time you made it here. Well, we've seen your ads. We've seen a lot of your ads. But welcome. I'll throw that down. Can we get a Volky? Yeah, 13. Gosh, this weekend is so overpowered. It's how much we'd get in a total weekend, and we already got in like 2.5 hours. There we go. 13 Volkies. Give me that Mech Gnome already. How do we not have one? Mech Gnome, go. Let's clear out everything. Come on, Mech Gnome. Or something of value. Gosh, stop giving us 60,000 gold. I think that's the 3rd or 4th time we've gotten it, those 13 keys. Yeah, I'll be getting them later today. The purple deeds. What is it? I believe it's 4 purple and 1 imperial, right? I believe. Let me check. But yeah, definitely make sure not to miss out on that. Oh, it's my bad. 6 purple and 1 imperial. But yeah, we'll be doing that tonight on a nightly stream, which we do every night at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is in 6 hours from now, regardless of your time zone. But yeah, we'll be doing that tonight. I'll be taking a little bit of break between the 2 streams to go eat and rest eyes. Oh gosh, why do I keep going to 20%? It's such a habit as of recently. But I do want to stay in one kingdom as it's quicker. Good catcher teams without any mythics. Yasmin's Pride, which I believe is still available this week, isn't it? It's Yasmin's Pride, Apothecary, Catches the Bull, and Leprechaun. It's also pure green, so you can use it for any pure green instance. Though I would advise not using it for Guild Wars. It can theoretically be ran for Guild Wars, but it's bad at making a comeback. Catches the Bull in general is pretty bad for Guild Wars. Just because once he falls behind, he stays behind, which is a bad mechanic to have for Guild Wars. Because you normally want a comeback mechanic if you fail in Guild Wars, or, if you get really unlucky with them getting like a bunch of extra turns or something. You normally want a backup chance to win, and Ketris does not have a backup chance. Once it falls behind, it stays behind. But for things like Tower of Doom and Delves, it works pretty well, particularly Tower of Doom. I would say is the biggest purpose for Ketris the Bull. And it can very effectively be ran on brown and green Tower of Doom. It can theoretically be ran for red as well. I think you're running with Harpy Mage is your best bet for red. That or with Gimlet. There's a couple of different ways you can run it. Only problem is a lot of the good synergy ones are all red yellow. But some of them do have Empower, so just doing their one cast is kind of fine. Like just doing a single Gimlet and then having Harpy Mage like a little bit up front. But yeah, isn't Yasmin's Pride still available this week? I'm pretty sure it is. Highly advised to go get it before the end of the week. Yeah, Yasmin's Pride's still available. It's the main weapon that you synergize with Ketris. Honestly, Yasmin's Pride is like 95% of the time used with Ketris. There's almost no other thing you use it with other than Ketris. But it is still highly advised. It also has one of the best armor tiers in the game, being able to give you a bunch of life based on their stats, which is the most defensive armor tier in the entire game, as far as armor tiers are concerned. You can get a lot of durability out of it. Not a single armor tier weapon like that is more defensive than Yasmin Pride. Though you tend to almost always use it just to buff Ketris, or Bull Taurus if you don't have a Ketris. Though it is primarily used basically just for Ketris. So should Ketris and Yasmin's weapon both be worth crafting as your first mythic craft? Yes. And you can get the Yasmin weapon right now. It's pretty good for upscaling. You got to be really careful that your Ketris doesn't end up dying out, because most Ketris teams are really centered around that Ketris not dying or losing its stats. But aside from that, it ends up working out pretty well. You just throw Yasmin's Pride down, you get a bunch of HP so you don't die. Ketris then hits crazy high damage, and then you go from there. What good team would you do with Suna? Suna is a little bit underwhelming overall. However, if you were to build a team around it, I would say either Flamer Fur or Urskia Crown. Urskia Crown, I believe you get for free from Urskia Kingdom, so if you don't have Flamer Fire, you could just use Urskia Crown. But doing, let's say, just to say Urskia Crown then. So Urskia Crown, Yagwe, oh gosh, what's that one summer troop called? Not Tapon, but the other one. It's called Summer something. And then Suna ends up working out pretty well. You can also do the same thing with Queen Titania instead of Suna. Let me see, what was that one troop called? It's Summer something. Why'd I forget her name? She's a little bit more recent. Summer... Child of Summer. So the team is... Actually, I almost have that team set up. No, actually, no, I don't. Did I use it for Guild Wars A? I can't remember if I do. I think I use it for one of my defense. But the total team that it comes out to is... Urskia Crown, or Flame of Fur if you have it, followed by Yagwe, Child of Summer, and then Suna is what you can end up doing. It ends up working out really well. Tapon. In almost every instance, Child of Summer is stronger because it has Red Storm attached to it, whereas Tapon just has a useless poison. And if anyone else has any questions, let me know. I'll make sure to go over them all. So, gosh, that was a bunch of lag on stream right there. Okay, now it seems to be back to normal. That was a gigantic lag spike. Hey, no problem, Skeptical. Glad I could help. If anyone still has any other questions, let me know. We'll be around for a while. That is for sure. Also, did I just miss the extra turn? What am I doing? Okay, when I take it the wrong way. Let's see, we'll go for that for now. Team for Sycorax. I like using it with Mistralis, but Mistralis is another mythic. And I feel like most of the options I use them with are mythics, which is the problem. But you can end up synergizing with Truffle pretty well. I think Truffle might be your best bet if you're not going to use it with like a really big mythic. Go in like Mountain Crusher, Sycorax, Truffle, and then like one other option, maybe like Mirage Queen or something. And ends up working out pretty well. If you don't have the Summer Troop, you can use Tapon if you have it. Tapon's pretty much the same thing. So see if you have that one. It's a bit weaker than using Summer, but it's it'll still effectively do about the same thing. However, it does require being fully traded. Or at least to be as effective. You could theoretically do it without it being fully traded. But it does help speed up the battle a lot, being fully traded. With World events most Mondays, now, does this mean we will get more free epic medals? Yes. That is correct. So that's one slight good byproduct of more World lore events, is the rate at which we get a lot of free epics, since assuming your guild gets it completely done, will be increased. So theoretically, that will help in trying to get all the troops max in the game, since we'll be able to get a bunch of free epic medals, or not necessarily free, but you know, if your guild gets the entirety of the event done, that comes out to like enough to get at least a full medal. Like it's almost like a medal and a half. So that can definitely add up, getting like a full epic medal every single week, pretty much going forward. Because most active guilds do get that done, and it's a little bit over a full medal every single week, which counts for epic rarity. So I never really looked at it that way, but yeah, it would technically make upgrading troops a little bit quicker. Hopefully World lore events will be balanced so that we can always get it done with tier 3. Because that's not too expensive. I believe tier 3 is what, 250 gems? And to spend 250 gems to get like 12 epic medals or tokens is not that bad. It converts to almost 1.5 medals. Yeah, we're going to start having a lot of events simultaneously, which might get a little annoying over time for people that aren't as active, because there will be like 3 or 4 event overlaps sometimes. Because I believe it's possible to have what? A guild war, a world lore, a weekend event, and then the normal campaign stuff, and possibly even a vault event or a new mythic, like all at the same time. Like you could have like almost 5 things happening at once by the time Friday rolls around. That might be the only slightly bad thing. Oh, the only slightly bad thing. But it might be one of the bad things that ends up happening as a result of the changes. Is there are some Fridays, particularly the first Friday of every month, that might have like an absurd amount of things going on at once. A lot of events don't eat up too many gems, though. Also, that can be obfuscated somewhat with Treasure Hunt. Treasure Hunt is about 60 gems per hour, which means an entire event can be farmed in under a day. Gems of War is a full-time job. Just playing the game. I can definitely time sync a lot, that's for sure. Though I feel like most content is still doable with only an hour a day. Obviously, something like Vault Event you might want to grind a little bit more on. But most content in the game over the course of a week, you can pretty much get done with 1 hour per day. Also, quite a few events don't take like a huge amount of time to do. Like the entirety of Bounty Hunter takes like under 2 hours these days. And the weekend raid and evasions, I believe are close to 3 hours total? 2 or 3? Depends how much your guild does or how much you do towards your guild's total. I believe it comes out to about 2 or 3 as well. Like, a lot of the events don't take up too much time. Be interesting to see exactly how much time campaigns take up, though. Because some tasks can be a little bit annoying to go out of your way for. Other ones get done super quick, though. Like something like open, let's say, 2 gym keys. Takes, like, what? Like, 10 seconds. Does every kingdom have a bounty troop? I believe some are still missing one. I'm not sure why we had a repeat event already. Because I'm pretty sure there's still a couple kingdoms that are missing a bounty troop. Because I don't even think we have 34 bounty troops yet. Pretty sure we're only at like 20 something. Plus some of them are already repeating some kingdoms. Not sure why it's like that. I honestly have not the slightest clue why we already had a repeat bounty. Not the slightest clue. Maybe we just didn't have a bounty troop made. And they were like, oh no, we forgot to go make a bounty troop. Let's just put a repeat event there. Which almost probably seems like the more likely thing. Like they were planning so many things for the game. And then it's like, oh, we forgot a bounty troop for this week. Let's just go and repeat an event. That honestly almost seems like the most likely thing that happened. Because they just legitimately just forgot to make a bounty troop. And just had to put something else there. If using Will of Nisha with Suna is a good option. Why do I forget what Will of Nisha is? Let me double check what Will of Nisha is, and I can tell you. I actually completely forgot off the top of my head. Will of Nisha. Generally, if I forget what it is a bad sign. Because that means it's normally not meta. What is Will of Nisha? No, you wouldn't use Will of Nisha when it's too weak. Yeah, Will of Nisha was one of those mythics that, it's just way too underwhelming for whatever reason. I'm not sure what exactly their plan was for this. I guess to kind of make it stack over time. But Yagwe does it so much better. They needed to give this thing like a yellow to purple convert. If they gave this like a yellow to purple convert, it could have been the next Yagwe. Like if they gave it convert a color into purple or yellow or brown, though the most ideal one probably would have been purple based on this premise. But if it would have converted a color into purple, it basically would have been a new Yagwe or a alternative Yagwe. But because they didn't, the fact that she wastes her turn to cast makes her really underwhelming in most situations. However, what you just mentioned, yes, she would technically work with Suna. I wouldn't really advise it as a team, but if you didn't have too many other options, yes, the two of them would work together in a Suna build. The only slight issue with that too is the conflict with true damage and physical damage. But it'd still technically work. But yeah, Will of Nisha, unfortunately, pretty underwhelming though. I really wish they would have gave it a gem convert to make it more like Yagwe. But the fact that it doesn't, and it loses its entire turn every time at 100% rate, makes it not that viable compared to other options. It also has a really bad initial starting damage. It gets stacked pretty quickly, but it's it starts very slow. It has the same problem that Xenos has in that regard. Like Xenos can get really decent damage, but he starts out like horrible. And she's kind of the same way. And with how the meta of the game is, it's so quick paced that troops like that normally take, like you'd already win the battle by the time they get viable. Like those kind of mythics. And troops in general. Granny Gem says catches the bull and will not use it. Why? Catches the bull is amazing. If you want out any buffs, catches the bull is pretty good for like PvP and stuff like that. The buffs are mostly only used if you want to upscale it to higher content like Delves and Tower of Doom. But in like a PvP situation, you technically don't even need like Yasmin's Pride or anything. You just run a Mountain Crusher with it and just keep casting. Just use a bunch of mana generators into Ketris. You don't even need Ketris traded either. Ketris is a mythic that can theoretically run with 0 traits. Because his traits don't really help him too much. Any restrictions set on gnomes? Both your friend and I are farming gnomes. You're getting them all the time. She has gotten none outside of a daily adventure. Only difference is she's a new player. I'm not sure being a newer player would really affect it. However, it might affect the rate at which you can win, which might affect the overall gnomes. Because obviously later in the game you can very easily one-shot every battle. But she can go to Explore 1, and if she has Rowan, you can literally just go Rowan with like Leprechaun and something. It's pretty cheap. She might not have Mirage Queen fully traded, but even just using double Leprechaun into Rowan would still work perfectly fine. And then just quick kill Explore 1, because you should have enough damage to one-shot Explore 1 with Rowan. And if not, just putting a little bit of gold into some Armor Kingdoms will probably already get it there. Or she has some metals to give armor off the guards would also work. But I'm not sure if being a lower level has any effect on it. I'm not sure if you need to be a certain level threshold for it to get a higher rate. What banner in hero class would you use for Yasmin's Pride, Apothecary, Ketris, Leprechaun? Hero class would be... Well, it depends if you're trying to tank it out or not. If you're trying to tank it out, Titan. Otherwise, Shaman. Shaman would be quicker, but Titan is safer if you're doing higher level content, because you need the barrier off of Brown. So either Titan or Shaman. Shaman because it gives half mana start to Ketris, which helps give his first cast very quick. As well as to itself, it gives half mana start. But Titan's way tankier. Other than that, the banner you would run, you definitely need a +1 for Apothecary. So running a +2 brown, +1 blue, whatever that minus is, would probably work. But you want to run either +2 brown, +1... Yeah, actually, that would work the best. +2 brown, +1 blue, -1, whatever that minus is. I forget what minus that is. I think it's purple, I believe is the minus that gives. Not sure if there's a different variant to it. But +2 brown, +1 blue is what you'd want most likely. Apothecary definitely needs +1 on blue for sure. Sooner, sir, girl. Yeah, Suno's okay. I personally find Queen of Tanya to be better than in most situations, though. Suna is one of those troops that does ramp up over time as well, or gets stronger as the battle goes on. I just personally find most of those troops to not be as good in the current state of the game, though, because battles in most situations don't go long enough for them to really be utilized fully. Also, I'm surprised they didn't give Suna a better Fairy Fire option. They gave the Legend a better option to Fairy Fire than the Mythic, which is kind of weird. We haven't really gotten a Mythic that has really good at Fairy Fire yet. The best ones are all Legendary, oddly enough. So we've been going a little dry on Vault Keys, haven't we? I think it's the longest we've gone yet without a Vault Key. Though we can't really complain. We're at 13 Vault Keys right now. Can't really complain about that number. Would Ketris team be good for a level 12 Explorer? I don't think so. The answer is only yes, if after one Yasmin's Pride he has enough damage to kill whatever he targets. I'm not sure if he actually does. If he does, the answer is yes. If he doesn't, the answer is no. If you can Yasmin Pride once and then kill in one-shots after on something that has full durability, then he'd be viable for it. If he cannot, then he'd be completely useless for Explorer 12. I'm not sure if I ever bothered testing that. Also, it might be situational depending on the kingdom as well. It might work good in a high armor kingdom. Like, Kedar might actually work pretty good for it. Because it's a high armor kingdom that doesn't have spell reduction. Adana, I believe, has the highest armor of any kingdom, but it has a lot of spell reduction, which negates out the effectiveness of it. Yeah, Scorpius is still very meta for Explorer 12 in Urskea. However, we are going to be getting a troop that has immune to poison there soon. There's going to be a mythic added very soon, in about 10 weeks, I believe. That's going to have immunity to poison there. So enjoy it while you can, because Scorpius build's going to fall off a meta in about like 2 or 3 weeks. It's still going to be useful for some things. However, its main effectiveness that's used for right now, which is running Urskea 12 Explorer, might not be usable in about 10 weeks from now. So do be wary of that. So enjoy it while you can, because you might need to find a different build soon. It'd still work, because you would only have to deal with it occasionally as the mythic there. But whenever it does appear, it's going to slow you down by a lot. Do I think Heart of Rage is useless? I'm not sure what it does. I actually haven't checked it since the patch. I could go check right now. Let me go see. What was it called again? Terran's World. Oh no, I'm gonna miss this website. No. It will shut down on July 26th. I will miss all of you and wish you the best. Come back! Anyways, let's see. What was I looking for? I was looking for, what was I looking for? I came here for something. Oh yeah, I came here to see what Heart of Rage does. Heart of Rage, where are you? Heart of Rage. So this troop, I believe it's coming in 6 or 7 weeks from now. It enrages all allies and enemies. Interesting. For only 8 mana cost. Or wait, was that 6? 6 mana cost. It is a legendary. It's a 6 mana cost legend. Wait, it's a legend with no unique trait though. That's weird. Because it has Stone Skin as its final trait. That's very strange. Not sure why that is. That's a really weird troop. The fact it has no extra turn potential makes it seem like this will not be useful. If it had extra turn on top of what it does, this could actually be really useful. But the lack of extra turn makes it seem rather underwhelming. Also, having no unique trait as a legend also makes it quite a bit more underwhelming. It's a really weird troop, gosh. I hope they rebalance that some before it actually gets released. That is a super weird troop. But yeah, we're not going to have these spoilers anymore. What are we ever going to do? It's going to feel so weird not having this website anymore. Been using it a lot over the last like 2 years. I'm not sure what our alternative is going to be. Because there is none. I don't know. Who's going to start data mining the game? Let me know. Let me know. Unless someone's going to be replacing their role in the community. Hopefully. It'll be the beginning of the end. Oh, I still got Gems of War database. But they both serve two completely different roles normally. Yeah, I heard some people were going to kind of do their own thing with it. And it won't be exactly the same as Terran's World, but it'll probably cover, like, some of what it did. I haven't seen anything official on that, though. Plus, it might take some time before people get it rolling. But yeah, give it about a month or two. We'll probably have a new Terrence world. Someone will take the initiative on it. One can hope. Well, time will tell. Give it about a month or two. But initially, we're going to have, like, almost nothing. Just going to have to live without it for probably a month. I almost just cast his ability. That would be kind of pointless. How do you not have full mana? Oh, you got disease. I was going to say, how are you not full already? That would explain it. Did we really just randomly get disease on him and he made this entire battle go slow because of it? Apparently. Any reason why he's shutting down? Because he's leaving the game. That is why. Let me double check. Have we gotten any Volkey randomly when I wasn't paying attention? No. I want to think we did, because this is actually the longest we've gone without a Volkey. We're going dry. Can't really complain after 13, but still, we're going dry. We've only gotten 13 Volkeys. Gosh, that's such an absurdly high number for 3 hours. We've still gone like 20 minutes without one. I maxed out every class in the game, so I don't need a level hero class. We maxed them all out last vault event, so we don't need to level any hero classes anymore. I'm currently using the troop that gives us plus 400 gold every battle. Because free gold. It's slightly slower than if we were to use a hero class with Greenstorm. But when I say slightly slower, I mean like literally slightly. Like we even get to Greenstorm most of these battles anyways because of String Fiddler. So it's not really making much of a difference. Plus we don't have to wait for all the traits to load. Hero has like 6-7 traits that it needs to load all at the beginning. Whereas this thing goes quite a bit quicker since it only has like 1 or 2 that it needs to load. Oh, sorry, what was your question? What do you think of the Mythic Curandera? Is it better than Lord of Slaughter? No. Though it does have an interesting curse option. I think it's mostly going to be used for its curse more so than anything. But no, Lord of Slaughter is still going to be better than it. But I do like the curse option that it has. Oh, so there are 3 other people that are working on it. I've heard rumors of it. I've never seen like the post thingy on it. That'd be helpful then. Especially if it actually gets up before he leaves. Like if we get it before the 26th. It'd be really interesting. That wouldn't be too big a deal if it was a little bit after. We can live a couple weeks without it. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Okay, in 10 minutes, we might take a quick, like, 5-10 minute Animal Crossing break. Just to go open up my island for Isabel. And also just to show the one room. Mostly to Isabel, but just in general. And then we'll be right back to Gems of War. We're not going to end the stream, we're just going to do it during the stream thingy. Quick change of pace. Then get back to the grinds. Hopefully we'll get one more Volkey before then. And then we'll probably grind Volkeys for another hour or 2. Then I'll grab dinner. And then we'll be back in 5 hours from now. We'll still be going for at least another 2 hours, probably. Somewhere around there. We'll probably be grinding some amount off stream. Because gosh, is it broken the rate at which we can get everything. Let's see. We'll throw that down. Yeah, switches have been hard to get hands on lately. Hey, there we go. There's our other Volky. Wow, we went so dry for so long. There we go. Nice. Okay. Let me go and use the Volky. See what we got from this thing. Hopefully something good. Yeah, Switch is personally my favorite console Nintendo's ever released. They learned their lesson from the fail that was the Wii U. What do we get? What do we get? Ooh, orb. Come on, blue or purple? Yeah, 2 blues. 2 minor blues within 14, which are both our best drops so far. We haven't really gotten any other big drop other than minor blues, but I'm still fine with that. Within 3 hours, we gotten 2 minor blues. That is very solid. Gosh, I can't believe how overpowered this weekend is. Yeah, I still haven't played through Breath of the Wild. I want to before the sequel comes out. I'm waiting till it goes on sale for like $40 again or something. Which hopefully should be soon. Also, there's rumor that they're going to have a lot of 35th anniversary of Mario stuff coming soon. So they might be doing a bunch of sales with that. Obviously, Zelda isn't Mario, but they might still include it on the sale thing. But I wouldn't pay more than like about $40 for it, because they normally do really hefty sales on it lately. Yes, we will at some point stream the entirety of Breath of the Wild. We will likely do it about a month prior to Breath of the Wild 2. And unlike some people who might be streaming it beforehand, I've never actually played it yet. So it'll all be first-hand impressions. The only thing I've ever seen from it is the speed run. However, if any of you have seen the speed run of the game, it skips over like 99% of the game. So I've been spoiled to almost nothing of what is actually in Breath of the Wild. Because the speed run is very, very, very exceedingly different from how you actually play the game. And if you haven't seen the speed run of it, you definitely should. It is hilarious. It doesn't actually really spoil much. The only thing it really spoils is the final fight of the game. Let's see. We'll take that over. It doesn't spoil any of the lore or anything for the most part. But yeah, we will be streaming at some point. There's a possibility that the next Nintendo Direct actually announces when Breath of the Wild 2 comes out. But sometime a little bit before then, we will be streaming Breath of the Wild. And then Breath of the Wild 2 as well. Yeah, that game was pretty much how Switches even sold initially anyways. There's a lot of people doing it literally just to get that game. I think it won Game of the Year that year too, didn't it? For 2017, I think it was. Hey, Volky. Gosh, these Volkies. We're at 15. Also, I was kind of joking when I said we'd hand out a code at 20. But, well, I wasn't joking, but I was joking in the sense that we probably would even reach it. But, gosh, we might actually reach it. That is pretty insane. We might hit 20 Volkies within like 5 hours. Definitely seems likely at this rate. We only need 5 more. We will hand out another code if we somehow hit 20. We did it! It has been done! We finally have every troop in the game. It's done. We have completed the game. No, just kidding. But, we've done it. Mech Gnome. Gosh, that took forever. Now we have every troop in the game. Boom! 852. Now if we look at our profile. Boom! 852. Finally! That took way too long. We've had like gone a year without having Mech Gnome. Though I haven't really tried opening keys until like the last month or so. But there we go. It has been done. It's over. There we go. We got Mech Gnome maxed. Where's Mech Gnome? Mech Gnome, where are you? Mech Gnome! Where'd he go? Does it not have Mech in the name? There it is. Oh, it's called Mecha Gnome. It should still came up when I typed in mech, though. Weird. Anyways. But there we go. Let's go upgrade this little guy. Impervious. Boom. And, let's go get him his little levels. Might as well. There we go. It has been done. We have every troop in the game now, finally. Obviously, we'll never use him ever. But there we go. We have him now. Very nice milestone there. Let's keep going. Now, can we get major blues? Got our 250 gem drops, or 20 gem key drops. Watch, now it's just going to shower me with mech gnomes. Now that we got a mech gnome, every single one of our next 5 drops will be mech gnomes. Let's see. We'll take that over. Grab that down. It's kind of funny, because now that we have Mech Gnome, we actually technically don't have all the troops and weapons in the game, because they just added 32 more, or 33 more weapons to the game. So now it's going to be like another year again, before we have all the weapons. So Mech Gnome made us go like an entire year without having all troops. And now that we finally have all troops, we're going to go like an entire year without having all weapons. Because we need every Kingdom event to occur once before we can have all the weapons. Also, don't forget, that one new weapon is available this week. I might even need to cover something on Sunday, just to kind of remind people. But that'll just remind everyone constantly every stream. But don't forget, there is a new Pan's Veil weapon that came out as of version 5.0 that is available this week in Soulforge. Make sure to go grab it if you're someone who buys every weapon just for completionist sake. Because there is a new weapon that you might have to wait like another 7-8 months to get if you don't get it right now before the end of the week. It is this weapon, the Loot of the Veil. It came out during 5.0 and will only be available for this week and won't be available for a very long time after, so make sure to go get it. It's super cheap. Obviously, it's completely useless, but if you're getting everything in the game, you won't be able to get this for a while, so make sure, if you're someone who has like a surplus of every resource, definitely don't forget to go grab it. And there'll be a new one almost every single week going forward, because every single kingdom has one of those now. So every single kingdom event will have one of them to go for. Assuming they don't repeat, it'll be done in another 32 weeks. But some of them will probably repeat within that time. Flicking through menus at 100, flicking through menus at 100 miles per hour. That's funny. That's pretty much the play style of Gems of War. Was it a purple weapon? I think it was green. I forget what color it was, or yellow or something. Regardless, it's useless. Every single one of those new weapons is useless. All they do is double damage to whatever the kingdom thing is, pretty much. Like, they're all extremely underwhelming. So not having them is not a big deal. But for people who like getting every weapon. Plus the fact that 20-star kingdoms might actually require them to be fully upgraded. Because I believe you need 8 fully upgraded weapons to get 20-star in a kingdom. And while most kingdoms that are close to getting 20 stars, I believe already have enough weapons, it would still be useful since epic weapons are pretty easy to get upgraded. At least relative to... actually, then again, technically epic weapons are hardest to get upgraded, aren't they? Because of how many epic ingots you would need. And the fact that they're theoretically the rarest. For no reason. It's kind of weird. Anyways, let me go start up the thingy thing. So we can go get Isabel on my Animal Crossing island real quick. Then show off that one room thingy. Said we'd do it around 3. And it is 3. And then we'll go back to Gems of War. It's only take like 10 minutes. Let's see. Let me go... Where's my controller? Feels weird having a controller and then another controller. Okay, let's go and X out of this real quick. We'll be right back with Gems of War. A quick intermission. But Isabel, let me go open up the thingy thing. And then we can go show off the little room that we did. Probably do that first. Actually, we'll open the gate, and then as you're coming, we'll just show it off. And then we'll be right back to the Gems of War grind. This will give my hands a quick break from having to constantly mash the button, if nothing else. Nothing else. Animal Crossing, really good for relaxing. A very chill game. For the ever load. Loading, loading, loading. Initial load's always the longest. There we go. And there's our void of black roses. I call it the void because anyone who ever tries watering it normally gets lost. Well, not anyone, but a lot of people do. Just so many of them. I'm starting to slowly replace them with blue roses. Keyword on slowly. And then we'll go head over to the thingy. Which I might as well show the room first. So we don't have to wait on loading screen. Also, I got a bunch of junk here still. Here's the pirate cannon. Finally got it. Also, this was the thing from Pokemon I was saying. But I want the blue one because the one from blue, the blue one actually looks more like it. Got 2 of this crown. Already got repeats of them. Come on. And we got the beard. The pirate beard. We didn't get any of the cool outfits, though. But the crowns, I guess, kind of okay. But the cannon's the main one. Love the cannon. Any more of them? Anyways. Here's the room. Not this one, the one upstairs. So this was the room I finished. I'm probably still going to do tweaks to it. So there's no observatory in the game. There actually was in one of the past games. So what I did is I basically made an observatory where we have like a computer set up over here. And we kind of have like a recording system to go record the stars. And then I made this entire wall into stars. So we basically have like a little observatory here where we have these things that record it. That's what I ended up doing with the room. And I have this guy who was working on this with his little thing over here. And then he started playing games. And so did we. We'll join him. But that's what I did with the room. Also, I really like how these chairs are around the poster. Looks really cool. That's what I did with the room. Yeah, it came out nice. And there's like a little graphics thing for the thing. Like one of them's doing sound control and the other one's just a graph. Yeah, it's a cool little like recording room for the stars. Yeah, it came out pretty decent. Also, I really love all these star things. This wall is super expensive though. This wall in multiplayer economy is actually worth more than the rest of my house combined. It's because of how much star fragments go for. And gosh, it uses a lot of star fragments to make all those. But it came out pretty amazing. Really love like that tealish bright color. Came out nice. But anyways, there we go. So that's that. Anyways, let me go open up the gate so Isabel can head here. Then we'll go back to Gems of War. Just wanted to show that real quick. One room at a time, we shall build this island. And then we'll worry about the outside. Outside's actually the last thing I'm doing. I know a lot of people work on it first. I'm doing the exact opposite. Oh, also, I finally got Ken's photo. I'm at 6 out of 10. We got Ken's photo now. He is number 6. So I think the order exactly was, let's see, what was the order? So the order in which we got them was Gladys was first, Apollo was second, third was, gosh, who was third? I shall remember. Third was Blanchy, fourth was Sterling, fifth was Flora, and sixth was Ken. And I always need the other 4. We're getting there. Anyways, let me go open up the gate for Isabel. And then she can go water my flowers. Oh yeah, let me go leave her the money. Oh, I don't have money on me. Let me go grab it real quick. Leave her the bells. And then we'll go right back to Gems of War. Oh, where's my bells at? Do I have anything in storage thing here? Nope. Let me go grab her payments. ABD. Withdraw. 300,000. Oh yeah, I have like 1 billion of those cancer tables. I really love them. One thing I'm going to be doing is putting all the horseshoe crabs for our horseshoe crab flipping contests. I put them all on cancer tables to make them look cooler. I still need a lot more horseshoe crabs eventually. They're available for the next 3 months. This month, the following month, and then the following month. But I think August is the last month for them. Oh, not August. I mean September, I mean. Actually, I could check right now. This is when they're available from. I still need a lot more of them. They're available from... yeah, September's the last month. I'm not sure when Southern Hemisphere gets them. But, yeah, for getting them on my island, we have until end of September. So we should have enough by then. But anyways, there's your thing, Isabel. Let me go open my gate, and then we'll head back to Gems of War. I'll just leave this on in the background. Okay. I want visitors. Online play. Roger. Oh, so just so no one else comes in other than you. Since I don't think anyone else is on the stream other than you who would. Let me make it a code as well. So you're going to need to type in a code thingy. I'm going to do it via Dota code, but friends only Dota code. Only my best friends. But we need the code on screen, Isabel. Just so no one else on my friend list comes over. Just so I don't need to worry about it. LN0N7. Did you get that, Isabel? Let me know, and then we'll head right back. Okay, let me go mute, while we're waiting, let me go mute Animal Crossing. So we can leave it on in the background. And then let's go back to Gems of War. There we go. Okay, back to Gems of War. Did you get that, Isabel? Should be good. Okay. Let me know if you got that. Because I have no clue what it was. Short-term memory. Yes, the next bug-off event I'll probably do on my island. I'll try organizing my tree so it works out a bit better. Because I have a lot less trees, so I can easily organize mine. Whereas it might be too much effort for you to go and organize all yours. Let's see. Anyways, where were we? Let's go back to the hunt. The hunt continues. The hunt continues. Oh yeah, thank you, Robert. Yeah, we finally got Mechanome. We don't need to worry about it anymore. Finally. Finally. Let's see. We'll take that over. Kill that out. Please drop a Volky. Come on. If we can hit 20 Volkies, we'll handle the code. Come on, gnomes. One can hope. Yeah, Troglodyte. Isn't that one of the ones from Guild Wars? I'm pretty sure it is. It's one of the ones that comes in through Guild Wars, but now that we have Guild Wars so rarely... Though it's still going to be once every 4 weeks, though. Let's see. We'll throw that down. Am I going to say hi to Bill Warhammer? Hello, Bill Warhammer. Hello, William. Aren't you both the same person? I'm pretty sure you're both the same person. Pretty sure both of you are the same person. You are twins. I see Isabel's raiding through my furniture pile. Just don't touch any of the ones all the way to the left, Isabel. Like all the way to the far left. You can kind of tell because they're in a completely different section. Those are like the really expensive ones. But anything that you see in that section you're currently going through, you could take. Just don't touch any of the other resources around. Actually, might as well just walk to the area for you not to touch. But yeah, anything else that you see there furniture-wise, you can just take. I see you're raiding through it right now. But yeah, all of them except the ones I'm like standing on. You can take any of the other ones that are furniture related. Everything else by the house I need, though. Yeah, no problem. But any furniture there that you see, just take. Just not the ones that I'm standing on. Like the ones right there. You can catalog them if you want. If I need them back. Yeah, Isabel's stealing my stuff. No, she can have it. They really need to add more storage in Animal Crossing. Like, the lack of storage is insane relative to the actual number of items in the game. If you had only one stack of every crafting material, one of every furniture, and one of every everything, it would take a storage amount of around 7,000. The storage amount in the game is 1,600. So for people who are like full-blown completionists, the storage amount in the game is absurdly low. Come on, 1,000 glory or Volky. 500 glory. Well, this is not 200 glory. Also, I finally got candy the other day. I haven't eaten candy in like months. But I figured I'd get some. Sour Patch Kids. Which is probably going to green screen if I show it to the screen. Here, free advertisement. Actually, it's completely green screened. No free advertisement for you. Your boxes get completely green screens. But, yeah, Sour Patch Kids. I like sour candy. They are very good. Though this is like pure sugar. Yeah, it can take a while to cycle through all the Guild War troops in the current state of the game. The system was made assuming it'd run every week, but now it runs every 4 weeks. So it can take a while to cycle through all of them. Because it takes quite literally like half a year to cycle through them. And you'd have to be in a guild for 6 Guild Wars, and that's assuming each 6 of those Guild Wars is a different color. And it takes even more than that if you want to upgrade them all, unless you want to use orbs on them. You still have no Mythic Guild War troops? Yeah, it can take definitely quite a lot of time. Especially depending on where your guild places. No, Guild Wars isn't different now. It just takes longer to cycle through the things compared to what it used to be way back. Yeah, I know it's a little bit of a waste to use blue orbs on them. But you might eventually need it for like kingdom upgrades and such. Come on, Volky. Nope, 100 souls. But we'll probably grind for about another 2 hours, then grab dinner. But I'll probably be grinding quite a bit tomorrow as well. We'll do a similarly long stream. Yeah, some of the lower brackets give like an absurdly small amount of what's it called? But yeah, I think the like the lowest rank gives like I want to say 5 copies of it or something. Really wish they would give it a little bit more for lower guilds. Because you can take forever to get the max if you're in a lower bracket. I don't think it will even let me look at it right now, will it? If I go to Guild Wars. Are we not registered? It always says it's not registered yet. We are. No, it doesn't tell. It won't let me see what they are. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's only like 5 for like the really low brackets. They might need to consider rebalancing it some, with how the fact that Guild Wars is only once a month. Oh, thank you, Isabel. Greatly appreciated. Yeah, I'm eventually going to be collecting all those clothings. I'm in no rush to get it, though. I still don't even have all the normal Gulliver items, let alone Pirate Gulliver. Or should I say Gullivar? Yeah, I'm in no rush to get them. You want to touch the halo? I don't have one on my main account right now. We'd have to do some other time. Because I'd have to log out and log back in. Those just take too much time to do right now. Several orbs and the only medal of Nisha. Later in Salvini Mora is bronze. Well, at least you're making some progress on it. Don't touch the other stuff, Isabel. Which I don't have anything too useful on the ground, I don't think, right now. Please stop playing, you need some keys too. I know, we've been hoarding all the keys. We can get some pretty good key rates. I don't know, how many have you guys gotten so far? I'm pretty sure there's someone who's hit like 50 already. What kind of Volkey numbers have you guys hit so far? We've been going for 3 hours and we're at 15. Oh wow, are we getting that lucky? Yeah, maybe I am hoarding all the keys, sorry. Apparently. Yeah, theoretically, if it was only double, we should only technically be getting about 2 per hour. Though we're somehow getting like 5 per hour, or at least I currently am. A 1 in 7 hours, ouch. At least you're getting a lot of gnome drops, if nothing else. Let's see. Hello, John. Welcome. It looks like we're going on a bit of a dry streak ourselves, actually. The other one was much longer. But we're about, like, what, 10 minutes now without a vault key? How could we? The other one was like 20, 25 minutes. Can a cosmetic pet come from a pet gnome? No. There is currently 0 cosmetic pets underneath the pet gnome drop table. I'm not sure if that's going to change for the new pets that are coming out via the packs, or, you know, the paywall of the battle pass thing, or whatever they're calling it. But I'm not sure if those will be in there. But as it currently stands, there are 0 cosmetic pets within the pet drop table. However, there is a small possibility that the pets that we're getting from the thing will have one of two things. They'll either be available through the pet thing, or from the normal drop table, or the more likely one is they'll run an event for the pet, like a couple weeks to a month or so after or something, so that people who didn't get it during the past could get it, and then it never comes back again, or, you know, almost never comes back. But it's probably the more likely one that would happen. But no, as it currently stands, there are 0 cosmetic pets in the pet gnome drop table, and is likely to stay that way. It's only for the pets that actually have a bonus, or the ones that, oh, excuse me, that ever appear there. Come on, Volky, where are you? We only have 15 so far. Only. That's like an entire weekend's worth of grinding. It's not even the first day done yet. Gosh, we just got 100 souls 2 times in a row. What are you doing? You got a Volky from your first gnome? Yeah. They can have some pretty absurd rates today. For any of you that are just getting here recently, the gnome event's actually buffed more than normal this weekend. They increased the rate at which you'll find gnomes by pretty much double the rate that was already increased. The vault key chance should still be the same, but they increased the chance of you specifically finding gnomes, which in effect also increased your chance of finding vault keys indirectly. But yeah, great time to be farming this weekend. Highly advised to do so, because it's a buffed vault event. It's not even a normal vault event. It's even better. So if you have the time to play, definitely be grinding. Like, you can get more of some resources just this weekend than you will the rest of the month, in regard to some things like glory, possibly souls, and a bunch of good gem-related resources. And we finally got Mech Gnome, for any of you that didn't see earlier either. So we finally have every troop in the game, which is cool. Though right in time for us not to have every weapon anymore. Because it's still going to be forever till we have every weapon now that they added another 33. Hey, there's our Volky. 16. Look at that number go up. So many Volkies. So far we've gotten 3 good drops. We got in Mech Gnome, which we needed. Which technically isn't a good drop, but is good in the sense that I finally needed it. Or, you know, needed it and finally got it. But the only actual good drops we've gotten so far were 2 minor blues. I've not gotten any of the other really good drops that he has. Well, I guess 50 diamonds some people might consider good. But obviously I'm in a position where I do not need diamonds, so I don't consider that a good drop. But the 2 minor blues were our best so far. Oh, another minor orb chance. Come on, blue or purple. Oh, gosh. Keeps giving us like 2 options, either blue or orange. I think we got in 1 green. But, fail. So when's the pet cycling? We haven't gotten a single good pet. Every single pet my guild keeps getting are ones I already have max. I'm pretty sure I have this maxed, yeah. Just making sure. Actually, that's the one we had for the Wednesday event as well. We already had it maxed then, and we still have it maxed now. It hasn't changed. It's not like you lose copies of them. Unless you disenchant them, but then you can only do that once you finally have the max anyways. You're only missing 2 pets that you can get this weekend then. Yes, if they're non-cosmetic, then yes. If they have some kind of bonus applied to them, you'd be able to find them. Obviously, it's pure luck if you do. But it is technically possible to find them. If they're non-cosmetic. But yeah, I believe I'm only missing 1 pet in the game. And that 1 pet is the $50 Android pet. And it's a very obvious reason why we don't have it. We had a $50 Android pet, I believe is the only pet in the entire game that I do not have. We have every other pet. All the seasonal ones that ever existed. As well as some of the hard ones to get, like having Max Renown. The pet that you get from that. Is that weapon in Forge a new one or some ancient event weapon? No, that one in that one from Pan's Veil, that does like 2 times damage to Pan's Veil, is a new weapon that came in as a version 5.0. Every single kingdom got a new weapon in 5.0 except Broken Spire, which already had an equivalent of it. So there was 33 new weapons added to the game in the most recent patch. An epic one for every single kingdom except Broken Spire, which already had one. So keeping an eye out on Soul Forge every single week, as there will be a new weapon that you guarantee do not have pretty much every week going forward. Yeah, the Steam Pass has gone on special a couple times. It's been everything from like $5 to like 25, I think, as far as sales. Not sure what sale they did for it on summer event, but I'm pretty sure it was on sale for some amount. But yeah, the one on Android never goes on sale for whatever reason. That's why I haven't gotten it. I was hoping they would eventually do a sale on it to make it like $10 or something. But they have yet to ever have a sale on it from what I've seen. But I hope they do eventually. Like, I would get it if it ever went on sale. Just to have it for the sake of having it. $50 is just a bit steep to buy it. Yeah, if anyone ever sees it on sale on Android, do let me know. Because I don't normally check the phone version of the game. And if I do, it's probably just me taking Tribute real quick. There's always my birthday. Oh, Isabel, are you going to try gifting it? Which I don't think you can directly with that. Because I don't think Android has like a gifting system like that, like Steam does. But yeah, thank you, Trade. Yeah, if you ever see it on sale, do let me know, please. The Android pet. If it ever goes for like $20 or cheaper, I'll probably pick it up. And after we get that, we'll have 100% pet completion. Though the number, for whatever reason, is kind of weird. The one that shows up in game. I'm not sure what other things it's counting. But I know for sure the only pet we're actually missing is the Android one. If you click on owned, it actually shows nothing here. As if we're missing nothing. And if you go under here, it's actually showing that we're missing 3. However, we're actually only missing 1. The only pet we should be missing is the exclusive Android pet. I'm not sure why it shows it as 2 additional ones as well. I'm pretty sure the Android pet is the only thing we're missing. And the weapons one, correct, because there's 32 more weapons. Those are the other 32 that were added in the most recent patch. I'm not sure why it shows this is 117 rather than 115. Not 100% certain, but I know for sure the only pet we're actually missing on PC mobile version is the Android one. Hello, Alexandri. Glad you can make it. Haven't gotten a chance to play until now, so chances are really better. Yes, a lot, as you can tell by the fact we already have 16 Volkies. You have they increased the rate that you'd be able to find gnomes. Yeah, one of them's probably the elite pass pet. Not sure what the other one would be. New Delve pet? It could be the new Delve pet, possibly. Yeah, that might be what it is, then. One might be the Delve pet, and one might be the pass pet. Because both of those are around the corner. The pass pet comes in, I believe the first copy comes in 3 weeks. And the Delve pet, I believe, is in 2 weeks. Actually, it might be next weekend, actually. I need to go double check. It's in like a week or 2. So that could be the case. Those might be the other 2 pets then. They're just already counting for whatever reason. Yeah, Delve should be next week. Unless they change it. And then the pet from Pass, I believe, is 3 weeks from now. Assuming they haven't changed that one either. I checked Terran's Road for the last time. I know, that website going down is going to be so unfortunate. Well, probably getting a replacement for it soon, hopefully. It'll be developed. I sure hope so. I'm gonna feel weird not having any website like that for a while. If anyone else knows any other questions, do let me know. Make sure to get around to them. Probably going for about another hour, hour and a half or so of pure gnome grinding. Then we'll take dinner break. And then we'll be back tonight. Same time as we always are. Come on, Volky, go. Ah, 3 Celestial. That's actually one of his rare drops, oddly enough. Even though I don't need it. It's a weird drop. But he does technically have a 3 Celestial drop, which in early game is really useful. But later you get into the game, it becomes increasingly useless. But yeah, we are likely to be getting a Terran's Rotor replacement. It just might be a while before it's fully developed in public. Can we visit elhay? Elhay's sleeping though. I need to go wake him up. We can go get elhay though. We'll wait till next Volky. Oh yeah, we need a mod you trade. Let me go do that. Just so you can post the link real quick. Oh, you can try it again. You should be modded now. But I didn't realize they already had one set up. It's probably still in development though. Hopefully it'll be functional soon. But yeah, trade, you should be able to post it now. It doesn't? That's weird. It should be able to now. Well, we'll just have to wait. But yeah, there'll be something pretty soon probably related to it. If nothing else, we still have Terran's Road for another week. Actually, almost 2 weeks. So 26 it shuts down. Hey, there it goes. That worked. Still needs a lot of development, though. Well, at least it's making progress. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can get most of the features back on it. One can hope. Just have to wait and see. Oddly enough, the main one I tend to use is the one where it allows you to take files from the game. So when they get things like the visuals for various troops and stuff like that. Because I use all that for my thumbnails normally. There's other ways to do thumbnails too, but it's a lot quicker having access to that. Yeah, I didn't use the bot too much, but from the bit I did use, it seems pretty nice. That I honestly don't mind as much going away. As like 99% of the time I was just using the website. It'll be interesting to see how it pans out then. Who knows, maybe we can even get a website better than Terran's World. Wahaha. It's possible. Start a Tacet's World. Why am I trying to go for that? That would be pointless. There we go. Oh no. Bulky. Will you drop it? Or will you give your useless loot? No. 20 rubies. Horrible. Horrible, horrible. This Vault weekend, yes. This Vault weekend is stronger than a normal Vault weekend, but only this one. As a special 5.0 thing. They drastically increased the rate at which you can find gnomes. That's about a double, but it definitely feels more than double. As you can tell by the 16 Vault keys we already found. Though we do seem to be getting above average luck, though. Gosh, I wonder how much gold we farmed at this point. I didn't even see what our starting gold was. Sure farmed at least 1 million by now. But then again, Explore 3 is quite a bit lower, so maybe not. If I was to try to make money in Gems of War, I know they are against cosmetics, but honestly, I'd probably go really cosmetic heavy. Particularly in regards to like pets, border animations for cards, stuff like that. Other than that, trying to think of what else is really easily monetizable. I feel like the Battle Pass system could have worked if it didn't block so much content. From getting it immediately. If they would have just given like a few other like rewards from it. Make it almost like a Ring of Wonder kind of thing. But also with a bunch of cosmetic rewards and stuff on top. Because the biggest issue that's currently causing with the Battle Pass is mostly content is locked from free-to-play players for weeks, if not months. Which is a problem for things like Guild Wars. Oh yeah, we didn't get a Volkey flash offer this time. We got a buffed Vault event, but we didn't have a Volkey thing. The reason for that is because we have a summer calendar going currently. And I guess they're just doing the summer calendar instead, apparently. Yeah, I didn't notice that, so you mentioned that. But yeah, there's no Volkey offer today. Because they were running the summer thing. And because it coincided, they didn't have one. So unfortunately, nope, you can't buy Volkeys this weekend if you wanted to. You gotta grind for them. Though, honestly, with how common they are, we've gotten 16 in like 3 hours. Or 4 hours, whatever it's been at this point. Actually, how long has it been? It's been 3.5 hours. And we've gotten 16. Pretty sure you could just grind for them during these weekends. Might have been one of the other reasons why they didn't do it. It's because the rate is so much higher. That people could just get them manually quite a bit easier. Next Vault event should be bringing back the offer, though. The summer calendar thingy just got in the way of this one. Come on, 1,000 Glory or Volkey. Every drop you have is good. Don't disappoint with a 200. Yeah, there we go. It's best glory drop. And that's where you're racking the glory from. Those 1,000 glory drop glory gnomes. Why did I take those? Those were pointless. They were in the Monday weapon offer also. I normally don't pay attention to those. But then again, I do actually finally have weapons that aren't unlocked. I'm so used to having every weapon in the game. I won't be buying any of the $5 weapons though that are through that. I'm just going to wait till they roll around in the weeks. Plus there's not really anything to go over with them. So not much of a need to. Well, you get a lot of epic trait stones from Explore. So if you're doing a lot of Explore, that might be why. Are the weekend gnomes set from time to time? Like monthly or every 4 weeks? They're not really set in an exact interval. But they normally happen one weekend every 4 to 5 weeks. However, the exact interval can change. It's not consistently like every 4 weeks or every 5 weeks. It tends to be a little bit more fluid as far as its time in between. But on average, it takes about 4 to 5 weeks for a Vault event to cycle. But sometimes it's longer. Yeah, any weapon that you don't own can show up in the $5 offer thingy every week or however often it happens. However, when I say that there's $5 exclusive weapons in the game, those are normally not the ones I'm referring to. The ones that show up specifically in the shop for $5, like on the actual shop menu, are the ones that are money only. They're the really, really old, useless event weapons, which are completely pointless, but some people still get them for completionist's sake. I got them back when they were free, or, you know, free as in in-game resources. Who is the best troop in your opinion? It depends specifically for what. But overall, I'd probably have to say Wild Queen in the current state of the game. But different troops are better for different situations, depending on the game mode, as well as team composition. Have Vault events occur after X amount of negative feedback in the forums and other social media? That's not the case. Though it does seem like we get bigger Vault events because of that. But yeah, Vault events are probably the most generous thing in this entire game still, as far as the overall payout of it. Hey, Volky, 17. So close to that shiny 20. We'll get there eventually. Next Vault event's in 3 weeks. That's definitely possible. I think that'd be the shortest duration between Vault events ever. That's technically possible that it could happen. Also, can we please stop getting useless drops? I don't need diamonds. I'm not sure how I feel about our Volky drops. The only good drops we gotten so far were 2 minor blues and Mech Gnome. Though theoretically Mech Gnome isn't really good. Well, obviously it's good in the sense that we finally need a copy of it. But, you know, getting a common generally isn't a good drop to be getting from a Vault key. That luckily was the one we actually needed that time. We had 17 keys. We theoretically only got like 2 or 3 good drops. Technically 2. Since if we were to get another Mech Gnome, that would not be considered a good drop. Only the first one was good. Leprechaun, from a mana accumulation perspective, is definitely the best troop in that kind of regard. The problem is he's not a standalone troop. Like, you can't just use Leprechaun and then win a battle. You have to use Leprechaun with things. However, he does synergize with, like, literally everything in the entire game. But the only reason I wouldn't say he's the absolute best is because he's not standalone. You can't use him and just completely solo a team. If he was the only thing left on your team, you probably lost at that point. There's things like Wild Queen and quite a few others, like Truffle and stuff, can actually still win, even if they're the only option left. Okay, Volky number 18. Can we get some better loot? Hopefully. Come on, Major Orb. I should probably specify Major Blue or Major Purple. Let's see. What do we get? Ah, Common Gnome. Gosh, awful loot. At least we're getting 1 billion of them, so it's not mattering as much that we're getting bad loot from them. They are averaging like 4 to 5 Volkies per hour. It's pretty insane. That means in just a few hours we can farm pretty much how much we would normally get in an entire weekend. I don't know, has anyone hit 30 Volkies yet? No, I don't ascend them. There's no point to. There's no point to. There might be incentive to into the future. As it currently stands, it's not worth it. Because the only way to really do so is with orbs, and it's complete waste. You would need a major orb each. 34 Volkies? Ow, wow. That's a lot. How long have you been grinding for? Another 5 gem drop. I don't think we got a single 20 gem from him today, though. What 5's that up? Oh, most of the day, minus like 2 hours. Okay. That would explain it. Because I was going to say, based on their current rate, that would take like 8 hours or so. And the event, I believe, has gone on for 14 hours so far. Somewhere around there. Oh, I have enough copies to ascend some of them. I just hold on to them so I know the total number in case we ever use a major blue on them. Which we probably won't do. But just in case. When are you going to release a video about update 5.0? Probably Monday. There's really not much to go over until campaigns start. Because until they actually start, almost nothing has actually happened in 5.0. The only thing that really happened is that one weapon that's available in Soulforge right now. A little border change, a couple name changes, some bug fixes, and what was the other thing? That's pretty much it. Like, barely anything happens until Monday actually hits. Then we got a lot of things to go over at once. Yeah, 3 to 5 per hour seems to be where it's coming out to be during the buffed event. What happened in the patch? Zugoff became red. There we go. End of story. You're now caught up to date. That's pretty much all that's happened so far until campaigns actually hit. Zugoff became red. Artifacts are now called relics. And that's pretty much it. And there's a weapon in Soulforge that wasn't there prior. Now we're going to be getting a weapon every single week pretty much in Soulforge. 1 per kingdom. Until they all roll around. Best teams of 2019 video. I wanted to do it back to back with the 2021. So soon TM. There wasn't any rebalance this patch, so it's still fully relevant. The meta hasn't actually shifted for a year now, pretty much. For the most part. There's been a few changes here and there. But it hasn't done like a drastic shift in a very long time now. They changed what in the writing? Not sure what you're referring to by that. And before they drop Gnome that drops stars for the campaign. That would theoretically be a good thing. because then you wouldn't need a maximal out. It would also allow you to get rewards that you wouldn't have been able to necessarily reach otherwise. Did they change it in the writing? I'm not sure what exactly you mean by that. But no, they forgot to change it for the hero class. It functions the same, but the terminology for the hero class wasn't changed. Had a feeling they wouldn't, and they didn't. But yeah, the terminology used in the hero class was forgotten to be changed. Volky, go. Come on, 19 Volky. 500 souls. One of his weaker drops. Yeah, they forgot to change the writing in the hero class. Honestly, wasn't a huge fan of how things are mentioned on the new posting for how the beta was. I much preferred the previous format for how the beta was run. I didn't really mention too much for this beta. Oh, did they finally fix it in a little mini patch since then? That's kind of funny if they did. Change the text. Do kingdoms matter in the gnome showing in battles? No. The only thing that matters is the rate at which you win. And that's it. Yeah, the rate at which you win is the only thing that matters. Gnomes don't appear in delves and pet battles? That is correct. They do not appear in either of those two locations. They also don't appear in the guild-related event, which this week is raids. So what happened with the mouse thing? That was so weird. Okay, I need to go restart this so it's not all laggy. Also, what is Isabel doing? It's actually showing up there now too. Isabel's hitting us with net. Oh, she's dropping an item. Anyways, okay, now we shouldn't be laggy. Let's go back to the grinds. Did we get a Volky from the gnome? I wasn't even paying attention. No, we did not. We got something from the mech gnome. Whatever it is pointless if it wasn't a Volky. Because there's not a single mech gnome drop I need since it's just all ingots and we already maxed everything. Well, epic ingots, I guess, are still useful now that we got 32 more epic weapons with 33. Oh, thank you, Isabel. You finished doing the thingy thing. But if you want to use any of the shops, feel free. I don't think I needed anything in any of them. I think she wants the crown. She's saying pretty. Yeah, it's an interesting crown. I like the power hat more, though. Fortunately, haven't found it. What do we need here? Grab all that. Explosion. Yeah, dungeons also don't work. Training battles don't work. Fighting against a player doesn't work. The main locations where you get them is Explore and 1 Trophy PvP. However, a full list of every location where gnomes appear is your daily adventure board, all of PvP of any section of it, quest lines, Explore, challenges if you haven't already finished all of them. Well, similar. Explore, quest lines if you haven't finished all of them. But, what else? Is that it? I think that's it. And all the locations that don't have it are dungeons, pet battles, oddly enough, delves, whatever the guild-related event is for the week, and I believe that's it. Oh, and like training battles when you like fight against someone else or your own team. Like when you go to someone's profile and fight them and stuff like that. Those don't count. For the obvious reason that you just said something super weak. But then again, the Explore still goes down just as quick. Yes, challenges count. If you haven't already finished them. Challenges do count. So you can find gnomes there. But yeah, now would be a good time to do some challenges or quest lines. More so quest lines because they go quicker. The only problem with challenges is they're not quick wins. The lower section of them might be, but once you start getting deeper, they're really slow battles, which might not be the best idea to do during this event. Maybe do all of them to like the 3rd stage or something, or you know, to like level 3 or whatever it is. They have like 10 sections, but maybe you could do like the first few sections, because anything beyond that, they start getting really high level to the point that you wouldn't be able to quick kill them, and at that point it'd be way slower than doing normal grinding methods. Ah, one event key. That's the wrong key. Wrong key. Come on, I want to try getting at least one more vault key. Ideally, 2. Well, we'll still hand out a code when we hit the 20th thing. We might just have to wait till tonight's stream, because I might grab dinner soon. Let's stop eating candy. Let's see, we'll throw that down. Yeah, I was really in the mood for candy earlier. I think it's the first time I've ate candy. Yesterday was the first time I'd ate candy in like 5 months or something. What was your question about pets? Yeah, I'm eating Sour Patch Kids slowly. So I think I'm done with them for now. They are really strong tasting. Sour foods are pretty nice. If you already have a pet at max level, do they still appear when someone unlocks it? I'm not sure what you mean. If you already have a pet at max level, do they appear when someone unlocks it? I'm not sure what you mean. Like when your guild gets a pet active, it'll still show up a pet that you already have maxed. If that's what you mean. I'm not sure if that's what you mean. But yes, the pet will still show up if you have it maxed. Like we just had the little goat thing. We already have that max and it still showed up. The event for the pet? Yeah, it still shows up. Even if you already have it maxed. All it would do is give you extra food and stuff like that. Like right now, oh, never mind, already expired. But we had the goat here earlier. Oh, we got a new pet next Wednesday. But we had the goat there earlier, and I already have the goat maxed. When we had it like 10 minutes ago. But yeah, you still will keep getting pets there that you already have maxed. If your guild gets activated. I wish they would make it whoever activates a pet will automatically get one they still need a copy of. Yep, thank you, Isabel, for everything on the islands. She was just saying that she was finished and everything. Watering our void of flowers. Actually, I think I have like near infinite resources in Animal Crossing. I haven't been playing with any time travel nor any glitches. And we have like near infinite resources, I feel like, at this point. But I would sure hope so after almost 1,000 hours in the game. I think we're at like 810 hours or something. Actually, how long are we in Gems of War? Obviously, Animal Crossing will never catch up to Gems of War. That's never going to happen. But we are currently at 12,160 hours in Gems of War. Gosh, that's a lot of hours. I'm almost up to 1,000 in Animal Crossing. It's only been out for like, what, 6 months? Not even. It's been like 5 months. Actually, not even 5 months. It came out in March. Never mind, it's closer to 4 months then. Gosh, why does it feel like it's been out forever? That's only been not even 4 months yet. You can only estimate your playing time because about 30% on mobile. Yeah, theoretically my number is actually higher if you count all alternate accounts and everything else like that. As well as playing on other platforms like Switch and stuff. Obviously that only counts the time I've specifically been on this exact account. Specifically on Steam. Not counting mobile on this account as well. Though I probably only have like 20, 30 hours on mobile version. Because most of it's like logging in for a minute to go take tribute. Because I don't really care for playing on such a small screen. No, I feel like you could master Gems of War in like a few thousand hours. Or less. We just happen to have a lot more playtime. Like after your first 1,000 hours, you probably like know most of the things by that point. You might not have the most of the things, but you would have a really great understanding of the game, most likely by that point. Well, depending on how efficient you are with those 1,000 hours, it is possible to be close to full completion within that time. Depends if you can get yourself into a good guild quick and how efficiently you use your time. One good efficiency is do gnome events right now. That is very efficient for time used. Wait, did we just get a Volky? I wasn't paying attention. Hold up. Did we hit 19 Volky? I might just mash through it and not even notice. No, we didn't get one. Unless you meant you got one for yourself. We can tell because since we're using down to 200, if that number says anything other than 200, we know we've gotten a key. Nope, still says 200. Come on, Volky. Yeah, I would normally notice a loot that shiny. Nope. 50,000 gold! That's his highest gold drop that a normal gnome can do. Cedric, I believe, goes to 60,000. Normal gnome can go to 50,000. That's actually a relatively rare drop. It's one of his rarest drops, even though it's not necessarily insanely good. Like, he has drops that are better than it. But it's one of his rarest drops, is 50,000 gold. Actually, it's so rare, it's rarer than him dropping a Volky. I know, a single delve upgrade and you've probably already burned through that entire 50,000. That's how it goes. The main thing that eats it these days, I would say, is what's it called? Just the guild. The money, the gold that you put into your guild tends to eat it the most. Tends to be how it goes. But if anyone else has any other questions, do let me know. I think we might wrap up in the next 10 minutes or so. A few more cycles in. Hopefully one more Volky. And then we'll be back tonight after dinner and just resting our eyes a bit. We'll be back in 3.5 hours from now at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as we do every night. And we'll be messing around with exactly what we're doing now. Just more of it. Trying to get as many as we can. Also, once we hit 20 Volkies tonight, we'll hand out code. So we're still going to hand out a code when we hit 20, like I said. But we'll do it tonight. And that'll be 3 codes in a day then, since we already hand out 2 codes this stream. So if anyone has any other questions, let me know. We'll probably cycle through at least a few more sets, though. And then probably call it a stream for now. Hope you all have a good luck trying to actually grind these. Definitely highly, highly worth doing so if you have some free time this weekend. Definitely advise doing so. Mech Gnome, come on. We already got you as a drop. Let's get you as a Volky now, too. Come on, Mech Gnome Volky. Get us to 19. Nope. Yeah, that's as useless as the Jewel Gnome to me now. Actually, honestly, it might even be more useless than a Jewel Gnome to me now. Hard to tell. Forget how many spare epics we have. If that number's over 300, then yeah, he's probably useless in every way. I'm not gonna ask Salty for more codes. It's way too early. Yeah, we normally do a Friday morning stream. Sometimes a Saturday morning stream, and it will be this Saturday because obviously the Vault event is super good to go grind. So we're definitely going to be doing that tomorrow, around the same time we did today. But yeah, our nightly stream's at a little bit of a weird time for some time zones. But we do stream on Friday mornings, always Gems of War, and sometimes Saturdays too. Quite often we've been doing other games on Saturdays though, mostly Animal Crossing. But tomorrow I will be doing Gems of War Saturday morning. Because we definitely need to get more time in the grind for the Vault events. It's way too good loot to pass up, as you can tell by the 18 Vault keys we already have. Haven't been getting the best of drops, but at least we got 2 blues. And we finally found our mech gnome after all this time. I level mine normally to 200. But 100 is the minimum that you'd want to do. Because at 100 you get the max renown for the upgrade. Theoretically, everything beyond 100 is technically pointless. However, you would want to get at least 100. Anything beyond 100 is just for making it easier to do pure faction for the most part. 100 is the only required thing. Do I have any at 500? No. I think 222 is my highest. They start getting absurdly expensive the deeper you go. I forgot what the math was to max out a single one. But I believe it takes multiple billions of gold. And yes, I said billions, not millions. I'm not sure if any person in the entire game has even maxed a single delve to 1,000. Mostly because of how expensive it is. It's so expensive it costs thousands of legendary tasks that you could have gotten for your guild. So generally no one does, since it's really bad for your guild. Since your entire guild is missing out on thousands of legendary tasks. If someone in your guild was to go for it. So I'm pretty sure no one in the entire game has. It would also require an absurdly high amount of treasure. So much so that if you took every single treasure drop that has ever existed across the game and put them all into one delve, I'm not sure if you would even be able to have enough treasure to upgrade a single delve yet. To 1,000. Actually, I'm not even sure if I've ever even donated a total of $1 billion to my own guild. I forget the exact amount we're at. I don't think we ever have hit that high in total yet. Anyways, if anyone else has any questions, let me know. After our next gnome, we'll probably call it a wrap. Hopefully get a Valky off it. But we'll be back in 3.5 hours from now for our normal 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time nightly stream. We'll be messing around with exactly what we're doing now. Just more of it. And we'll have a code at 20 tonight. 20 vault keys. Well, we'll definitely have it tonight regardless. But hopefully when we hit 20 vault keys, should be able to get 2 within an hour. Or hour and a half, 2 hours. At the rate that we've been doing with these, hopefully. Come on, one more gnome. Give us that Volky. Or 1,000 glory off a glory gnome. Something juicy. Or 4 gem key off the normal gnome. Or the other normal gnome. Yep, that's not what. That was where I was clicking. How on earth did it click all the way over there? Now when we're specifically trying to find that last one, gnomes never want to drop. Come on now. See a glory gnome, or any gnome. Gnome, go. Nope. Being all elusive all of a sudden. I know, someone scared them away. Come back! There we go. Come on, 3 gem keys. Or sorry, 4 gem keys. Or a Volky go. Ah, 4,000 gold. Pitiful final drop, but we'll end it there. But anyways, guys, best of luck with the Vault event. It is buffed more than normal, so definitely make sure to get on that grind if you have free time this weekend. Great time to be grinding, like, literally everything. Ideally, you'd want to do Explore 2 or 3 quick kill, though. But, yeah, it's a pretty nice event. Now that's buffed more than normal. And it'll last all weekend, all of today, all of tomorrow, and all of Sunday. And then at Monday reset, it will end. But as soon as it ends, we will have version 5.0 technically here. Since we will have the start of, what's it called? The start of the first campaign, with Chapter 1 starting up and all that. So we have that to look forward to. Or not look forward to. But anyways, guys, I'll catch you guys soon. Enjoy your weekend. We'll be back tonight. And we'll also be doing another morning stream, like kind of like how we did today. Actually, probably start closer to noon, kind of like how we did tomorrow, and do kind of similar thing, where we grind for some amount of time, take a little bit break in between 2 streams, and then stream again at night. Not sure if I'll do it on Sunday as well, but we'll see. Definitely tomorrow. But yeah, we'll be back tonight, 3.5 hours from now. Catch you guys soon. Otherwise, best of luck with the Vault event, and yeah, goodbye, everyone.